Hello and welcome everyone. We're back for another night of LPL Unofficial English broadcasts brought to you by the lovely broadcast staff and crew making an LPL English product available for you guys every single night. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again in the booth by Out. It's been a while for me casting LPL. I know you guys have had your hands full. There's been quite a number of series, a lot of exciting things that have happened. I'm catching it on socials, catching it on the highlights, but it feels good to be back. And we're going down into the Shadow Realm with our first series today.
We've got Group Nirvana, like you were mentioning, man. I can't wait. I know we've been looking at it, but we could take a look. If you didn't know what Group Nirvana exactly is referencing, we've got two separate groups here thanks to our Split 2 placements as well as some performances from Split 1. And the most important part of Group Nirvana is that with these 6 teams, 2 of them at the end of the single round robin are going to be eliminated for the rest of the year. They play a single round robin, so every single game matters here in this group.
Yeah, and already we're starting to see the implications of how some of those early series have played out. Some of our 2 of our teams in LGD and EDG are already putting themselves in a really solid spot to avoid that death sentence of not being able to play for the rest of the year. I believe, if my information has been correct, one more series win from either of these 2 teams pretty much guarantees that they will not face the bottom 2 standings.
Because it is, again, single round robin, they have 5 total series to play. A win record of at least 3 wins keeps you in top 4, unless RNG and OMG decide to go on the run of all time. Could become quite of a heater there, but very close to, at least for these 2 teams, providing them the ability to stay in the LPL, at the very least for one more split. Again, that play-ins format, when we talk about going into playoffs for Split 2, allows for the best of Group Nirvana to play against Group Ascend. So there's really anybody can make it out of this group if they start to kind of go on a tear.
All right, so the way you're saying and laying it up, just for anyone else who is also curious and unsure, 3 wins for LGD and EDG puts them at 99% chance of making it out. But then 4 wins is like 100%. 100%.
4 wins, there's no way they are going at very least 4th or 3rd.
There we go. There we go. All right. So 99%. There's always like a small chance that some BS could happen, some miracle in other teams' favor. But yeah. All right. Well, you know what? LGD at least 2 steps closer already to that finish line, whereas RNG, hopefully for their sake, they can at least pick up a series win today, because after losing the first one in a pretty heated battle against Ultra Prime, definitely not the way that they wanted things to turn out. But we got to meet the teams in our first series today. On the blue side, it is LGD Gaming, Sasa in the top lane, Nayao in the jungle, XQW in the mid lane, Xiaoya in the bot lane, and YCX at support.
I think that this roster has looked so much better after Nio. It feels bad because we had a lot of hype for Climber coming in after winning LDL with XQW, but it was very clear that LGD seemed a little lost in the mid game, especially. They were an exciting rookie team coming in for Split 1. Didn't obviously make it, but when we were looking at Split 2, we said, okay, in the placement stage, they should be trying to make it into Group Ascend. They fell short of that, especially in the tiebreakers that we ended up seeing. So now with this revolution of a new jungler, I think going up against the rest of Group Ascend, this has suddenly begun to be the team that we are reignited in our passions for. Like, yes, this young roster can maybe make some headway and start to battle their way up into playoffs.
And it's interesting because based on some of the information I collected about Nio going into this series, is that he had his debut officially in the LPL last year for Rare Atom. It wasn't the greatest of showings, but so far, the start back in his second year for LPL coming in for LGD has been quite hot. Back-to-back 2 sweeps series wins for LGD. That's a way to start it off, and hopefully, whether it's all him, making the magic happen, or just a new face in the roster has helped get that revitalization for the rest of the crew, whatever is working, it's helping LGD.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at some clips here. Again, I really do feel that when we saw LGD, the players that we were most excited for was XQW and YCX. They showed some really good play in Split 1. YCX, I think, continuing some of that excellence. XQW, individually, we've had a lot of questions for as to whether or not he was really going to be able to stand the test of time. I think there were a ton of series where we saw this guy falter. I think of his Rise games. I think of a certain Azir game that we got from him where, unfortunately, he made the game a lot harder for his team. But so far, I think these two players and the addition of Anayo has kind of leveled up this team and hopefully given them some direction as the game has gone forward.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the teams here in Group Nirvana have been scrambling with some of these roster changes, just trying to make any adjustments necessary to keep their season, not just Split, their overall season of 2025 alive, as we have to continue reminding everyone, if you end up in the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, your entire year is just done. You don't even get a Split 3.
Yeah, this is tough. These are also some clips from their last series going up against LNG. Now, it might be funny to point and laugh at LNG. However, Rafa, did you happen to catch the last night of some Group Nirvana?
Bro, I did not, but I heard the tales that Haichao actually looked solid in the
We've got a
series,
recap for you. We've got a recap for you. Got a very special image from the... we like to do this every time we have Group Nirvana. So we have a last time on... not DBZ, definitely. As you can see, LNG actually won a series.
Oh, no! Not the Prime social media manager in tears.
It may have come at the cost of Ultra Prime, but LNG did it. And you know, damn it, man, they played well. They kind of owned Ultra Prime. I was, you know, that was a team that we were excited. I think that Junhao in the jungle had started to really come on through, but taking over the LDL Finals MVP, Xiaofeng, he came on up, saved this team. It took 3 junglers. Now we're gonna have to see another 3 if we want the series to repeat there for LNG.
Dude, LNG just rotating through junglers, insane. But you know what?
Just like we do for play-by-plays and colorcasters.
Oh, true. You know, sometimes it's never enough. But for the side of LNG, you know what? This is me giving you my props. Anyway, back to our current series at hand. RNG on the red side. Top lane, Xiaoshu. Jungle, Milky Way. Mid lane, Tung Yuan. Bot lane, Jachi. And support, Niket.
This has also been a roster that unfortunately has not really captured the hearts and minds of everybody at home. I don't know what else to say. Jachi has really put in a lot of back-breaking performances to hold this team together, some of them bringing them across the finish line. And what we are going to be watching for today is the mid-jungle for these two teams. I mean, Milky Way, breakout performance last year on FPX in spring. Summer wasn't as hot, but still able to kind of revive some of the Phoenix there. And Tang Yuan being the franchise player for this organization, for a legendary organization in Royal Never Give Up, has continued to be hot and cold. There's games where he looks like he's back on form, like he's really kind of pushing the team forward. And there's other days where, unfortunately, he kind of gets gapped in the mid lane.
Yeah, I would actually be curious. I didn't have this prepared on hand for the series, but I would like to later on look after this series to see when was the last time RNG have experienced kind of a, how should I say this? Like, this is a organization by legacy so important, so vital to the Chinese community and the international scene for LPL, being able to net so many international trophies at MSI, being able to upset one of the greatest organizations of all time historically in T1 at MSI, specifically too. It's just, it seems like they've fallen from great heights because a lot of their star players have now moved on to different teams in recent years. I'm curious if, like, between or after that, you know, period, was there another point where RNG had to bounce back with a new generation of talent, and was it successful or not?
Not really. I mean, maybe you can think of, like, very early RNG, like 2015, but, like, because 2014 they had Insect, they had Uzi, that kind of thing, and then they got top 3, they go to Worlds. And then next year, they don't even end up making it because they have Korn and Name playing. I don't know. These clips were just from their loss against Ultra Prime. It's pretty tough to watch. I don't know. I think anytime we put Jacci on a non-like hyper carry, it feels really bad. Although I think I've started to come around on Jin being a hyper carry. Just takes I think of him like as the ultra carry because he just gets so much raw AD from his kit.
Yeah, there's like a breaking point where normally traditional hyper carries we think of like Kaisa and Jinx at 3 items eclipses Jin, but then at 6 items when everyone is on full maxed out stats, suddenly Jin is walking around with like 900 plus AD and he can just literally like half tap
force shot, Infinity Edge, evaporate enemy AD carrier support, be gone.
Yeah, it's literally a point and click delete button at that point. But it really does depend on who he's hitting to. Like, and when you have a lot of compositions being drafted by our LPL squads, especially in Nirvana, not many frontline characters. So a lot more squishies, a lot more fighters means plenty of viable characters for Jin late game to just delete. But a lot of these fights that I was looking back through on the clips were just kind of like moments where RNG had like windows that they could have played out the fights, and it just comes down to a couple of miscommunications or not being synced up as a team squad. Like here, Milky Way steals the dragon away, but obviously they're not really set up to take the fight afterwards. A really great flash reposition from Wako on the Xayah for the Featherstorm, right? And it wasn't like these games weren't impossible for RNG to win, but it usually just came down to just struggles in the mid game. There was even a game where they had like a majority of the grubs from early on, and then just their coordination and team fighting was not on the same page.
Yep, and I think that's to be expected for a team that, for right now, has kind of swapped up some of their roles. Obviously, Niket coming in at the back end of Split 1, even going into Split 2, we had Lila in, and they kind of finished out some more of their series. We finally got to see a little bit more from Niket, and I think the way that we're coming around on this support player right now is just, he is a really strong chip player when it comes to playing Engage. I'm only a little bit worried about some of his champion pool and specifically his positioning, but I feel like that's something that we can tune as you go forward into a season. He has been, I think, really stand out for this team, but in Fearless, we've seen a lot more than just Enchanter, or more than just Engage champions, so I wonder, as the season goes on, not only maybe does he dial in, but do we get a little bit of an expansion in his champion pool? Maybe just add 1 or 2 enchanters, because I think having the entire breadth of them is kind of impossible. Maybe we just drop Nico, guys. This is just a personal take. Can we please drop Nico? Some of these players cannot play Nico. It's tough.
It's so tragic because there was legitimately a moment where Niket hits a 5-man Pop Blossom, but no one in RNG is actually in position to follow up. And then once again, I question the coordination and the communication between the team members there, because any other team that finds a 5-man Pop Blossom like that, you feel like you should be winning the game off of that. But here we are. We're getting ready for the players to arrive to the stage, walkouts incoming, and of course, because these are best of 3s and they're Fearless, we got to do side selection 1v1s, baby. Alec, remind me, who do we have stepping up to the plate on each squad?
We have got RNG Jacci versus LGD's Sasa. So it'll be an 80 carry versus top lane. Sasa has some unique carries that we've seen in games past, so maybe we get to see him pick those up. But most of our 80 carries have kind of been defaulting to whatever the rest of the team tells them. We're not just getting like Varus v Varus. We've seen some 80 carries play melee champions. That has been great, but they've happened.
It has definitely happened, and sometimes we remind ourselves, this is why these guys invested so much time into playing specifically marksman champions and not other classes, because it's not definitely the same play style, and they don't always look as comfortable. I feel like there was one marksman player we had in a 1v1 for LPL that picked the Volibear angle, and I was like, hey, you know what? They're not too shabby on it, but then again, could be just Volibear being a simpler to execute
Volibear is uniquely very simple indeed.
You run in, you smash, you bite, and you cast thunder spells, and it's awesome, you know?
You didn't have to do half of those things. You could just press Q, press W, and press Alt. Your E doesn't even have to exist. Exactly.
Yeah, eat the booty like groceries. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, between these 1v1 champions, we've seen a lot of marksmen getting banned out. We also know that some particular players will also get, like, champion target bans. I know that whenever we go up against Care, he actually gets Volibear banned away from him because he has been so successful in, you know, hoodwinking people with the amount of damage that you get out of it. I think Yorick has been getting taken off the table in a couple of these 1v1s too, after we saw the BS that Tarzan was able to get away with against who was it? Was it Sheer? FPX? It
was definitely Sheer. That one was that was quite illegal. That was one of the worst 1v1s, unfortunately. I'm so sorry, Sheer. Yeah, that was no, man. Nope. No.
It's all good. You know what? Don't think about Sheer right now. Think about Sasa. Think about Jotchi. We have the 3 bans already ripped away from both sides, and Jotchi is actually slamming the Jace down. And is this confirmed? Ooh. Sasa putting down the axe with the Darius.
So this isn't our first Darius. Wonjong actually did play the Darius in one of our 1v1s. Just checking because I have the... Oh, and Leave also played Darius. So not as unpopular of a champion, but into Jace in particular, I think you get a few resistances. Honestly, Mark, this is either going to be a very fast 1v1 or we're waiting to Ring of Fire. I feel like that describes a lot of the matchups we've gotten for side select.
True. You either play for the War of Attrition or you play to just Giga Chad smack them in the first 2 times that you look at each other. Already you're getting some, you know, I think, I'm not sure which member from RNG was talking to Jotchi right there, but on the side you could see that he was giving him some tips like, I imagine it's probably Xiaoshu just going, hey man, so in the Jace Darius matchup, never ever do this or never ever do this. You might get tempted, you might think that you're ranged and you can just poke this guy down, but I like I said, I'm not a top laner, so I might be spewing some BS right now, but I imagine if you were ever in apprehend range, you should not do that as Jace. You got to be spacing the grab, otherwise you are in a world of trouble. As we head on to the Howling Abyss for our 1v1.
I need the LPL feed. I need them to move Jotchi's camera up so I can identify who is standing next to him. If you don't know, in these 1v1s, they have basically everybody on the team can like verbally participate, aka like listen in on comms. You can walk behind the player. So these are very heavily microed usually by teams. Whether they're supports or they're like their jungler comes over. Even obviously, as you can see, especially in Sasa's cam, both of the coaches are standing right behind him to see who wins side select.
Oh, punked him into the tower! Yeah,
no way.
He took the tower shot! Okay, nicely positioned by Jotchi.
Oh, Sasa!
Flash prediction by Sasa! He was, you know what? I'll give you credit for predicting the Q flash on where Jotchi was going to end up after his own flash to still get the healing. Unfortunately, the Ignite is going to reduce that healing, and Jotchi still gets the first kill.
Okay, and one of the punishing parts of this 1v1, which, again, if you don't know the win conditions, it's first turret, it's first to 2 kills, unless there is a Ring of Fire, then it is sudden death. If you miss out on waves, they are super detrimental. Your tower can go down very quickly. The turret plates have no fortification when they're taken, so it's a bunch of extra gold. The minions are turbocharged in terms of the rewards that they give, especially for gold. So if you're missing, if you decide like, hey, I took a bad back, I have to recall, sometimes it might just be worth to die instead to try to fight for the minion wave, because your turret could suddenly give 2-3 plates very quickly.
And that's a lot more gold and a bigger spike when you walk back to lane, which if Jotchi can make use of that advantage, Sasa might be taking an earlier trip back to the fountain or be put into another all-in scenario. He's got a big wave, but thankfully for Jotchi, has the wave cleared to deal with it.
Okay. I don't think we're going to have another 1v1 like that. I'm going to keep it a stack. There's just no...
That makes sense.
Usually after the first death...
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it as Sasa either.
Jotchi might be looking, but I mean, Sasa's just going to naturally gain enough HP soon that finding all-ins is not really tenable. You can already see that Jachia has a pretty meaningful advantage with just having the Phage by itself, so that movement speed going to be pretty killer.
Nice Q. Let's hit that.
Oh my god, he is just... He's kind of walking him a little bit. Just auto. Oh, Jace melee range is the scariest part of this matchup.
I know. That was
the golf swing is painful, but anytime as a Darius, you're like, oh, you went into melee form? Nice. And we're just canceling them? Jachi, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. He's going to get all this experience.
And look at all the wave that is stacked up against pushing into Jachi. So much experience that Sasa is going to be missing out on. I don't know how much of that is going to significantly matter once we get into Ring of Fire stage, but if you have at least a solid level lead, that's extra base stats that you're going to have on the all-in.
Yeah. Also just means it's more important for the backs, right? So just being able to have gold. I can't believe this is one of the first few instances where we actually have seen intentional and like very, very manicured freezing in a 1v1. Everybody's like accidentally frozen or like they've only frozen a wave, but Jachi is unironically just trying to freeze in a 1v1. You are, Jachi, please. You're supposed to be the one that saves RNG. Do not do this. This is evil. This is a 1v1, dude. Come on.
Hey, you know what? Jachi is taking this shit seriously, bro. He does not want to let LGD get blue side on the first game. That's
bro.
respect.
We are fighting.
Oh
you,
my
bro.
goodness.
Oh, Jachi.
Dude, Jachi's really putting the hands on Sasa, forcing the flash out just with the tap of the fire button. I love that for him. And then one time that he commits to the melee form in that trade, he knows that he has a significant health advantage that Sasa would be literally writing his own death sentence there if he took the extended trade. Big wave is going to crash into the tower. Not going to stay for that plate, but Sasa just walking back to lane, barely able to complete another sub-component with the Phage, where meanwhile, you got Black Cleaver already built up for Jachi.
And almost an entire turret plate. Dude, Jachi is playing this really, really well. I need to know who... Both of the coaches are standing behind him. One of his teammates is standing behind him. So who's giving the tips here? Maybe it's Tungyuan, you know, mid laner. Jace, very popular, obviously. But maybe Jachi is just naturally talented. To be expected when we have seen his games, but...
Yeah. Maybe Jachi is just getting ready for a role swap to top lane, you know? It's just... He's considering his options. Like, just worst case scenario, if RNG don't win the series and they have to look at next year, Jachi's like, should I continue being an AD carry or should I become a top laner?
I think he should consider becoming a mid laner. There are a lot of not so great top laners, but look, some games, sometimes his mid laner is up for grabs. Just saying.
You know what?
That mid lane position on his own team.
I'll definitely agree with you on all solo laners could definitely be challenged for their spots. But you know what?
He just got 2 plates for free. Oh my god.
Yeah, Jachi is kind of murdering this guy right now. Respect.
If Jachi wanted, he could just die here, like for the plate, or try to just get chip damage onto Sasa and force him into like a really awkward back timer. Because we have 28 seconds. You see the timer in the top right. That's when the Ring of Fire will start to spawn. Sasa probably doesn't want to miss this wave. He instead goes for the recall. He is going to have plated steel caps in this fight. Jachi might just take the turret. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Nice.
He might not have enough time. Dude, Jachi should totally just die for this. He'll have enough time before the Ring of Fire then spawns again.
Oh, the Demolish proc.
He's got it. I mean, he's just going to flash just to style on this guy in front of his face.
It's Milky Way.
It was Milky Way giving him the tips? What you know about playing Jace versus Darius, Milky Way? Get out of here. You know what? He was just probably the hype man. He was the hype man.
If you haven't been able to catch it, FPX have been putting out their comms for their teams, and they've been pretty funny. There's one in particular that was shared through one of the bunch of fans that are on Twitter. I don't remember. I'm really sorry for crediting this. But basically, every time during the 1v1, I think it was Care that was playing, Care would get auto-attacked, and Shadow's just like, FF, we're losing. And you can hear every time he's like, dude, you're going to lose this 1v1. Just give up already so we can play. And Sheer is the only one in the comms being like, come on, man. Like, it's how the matchup goes. Or he's like, leave him alone. You're being too harsh on him. Like, let him play. It's very cute. I just didn't expect it would be Sheer trying to help out.
Yeah. Another thing that I am just now noticing and really absorbing for the first time, the LGD jackets are low-key kind of clean. They're like the nice gold accents and the blue stripes on the side. It's very minimalist, and I'm a big fan. Definitely, definitely rocking with it. RNG jerseys, a little bit more simple, but still black and gold, always a staple combo that I will never, ever hate on. I always love that combo. Here's the real question, Alec. I know we're an unofficial co-stream, but could we find a way to acquire the merch of these teams? Because some of them are just so good. I would wear them.
I'll fix this for you. You can go buy this merch online. There is a website that was shared. I can share it in chat maybe a little bit later. But if you just search up literally on Google, okay, here, I'm going to do it right now. LPL jerseys. Right? I click. Okay. That first website that you see, I will let me just post it in our text comms. Is it this? That site is where you want to go. We as a broadcast cannot endorse that, I think. But I personally, shopnings.com, I know that they were, because after the LPL swapped their sponsor away from Nike, basically Li Ning, which is LNG's team, parent company, took over their like selling all the jerseys. To my knowledge, I might be wrong, but
very cool.
Yeah, they take control of all of that, and they also ship internationally. So very fun.
Oh hell yeah! All right, well,
we've got
I will definitely have to. I'll have to peruse that later. But as you called out, draft is finally on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the thick of it all. Some of the bands coming out, very, very typical. Vi and Gwen, Jace, Varus. Galio, not necessarily a band that we see too often. However, it is not unwarranted. Galio does give a lot of setup and answers into some of the more spicier picks that you'll see in the mid lane. Rumble, definitely a band that we see a lot more often. I'm just going to call it out right now. The dog is unbanned, but you know what? Something that is much more pressing for both of these junglers here is that Lilia. We have seen how important it has been for some of the carry-oriented junglers, especially in the Nirvana group, and even the lower side of the group Ascend love to get their hands on this champion.
All right. The Galio ban, like you were saying, kind of interesting. I think with Gwen, Rumble, and Jace gone, there could be an argument to wanting to go for Sion later in the draft, since those would be champions that typically, I think this actually might be pretty good. You know, there's no Sion for the rest of the series. He doesn't have to deal with the Gwen or the Rumble very early on. Here for LGD, though, I think you have a reasonable amount of front line. I think RNG going to be looking for the Yone, which would separate him from his pair with the Sejuani. And some pretty decent front line already for these two teams.
All right, there's your front line right there. Sion, and then another melee champion for Tung Yuan being able to lock in this Yone. Now, LGD could match fire with fire and get a pretty able melee split pusher for themselves like the Ambessa. At least you get a free scaling phase against something like the Sion, unless Xiaoshu is one of those legendary Sion players that actually gets a chance to solo kill you early on. Shout out to Zamudo over on NACL, who has been clapping cheeks over there with the Sion. But going into second round of bans right now, based on the 3-man cores from both of these squads, what are RNG and LGD wanting to get out of the bot lanes to flesh out this composition?
Well, it's going to be a big focus on AD carries. I think coming into the series, we talked about Jacci on the Kai'Sa having really huge performances against AL in the placement stages, and getting rid of pocket picks here for Xiaoya. We look at these AD carries, I think that the next most likely here that Jacci might be able to take is something like an Aphelios, but When there is an Ezreal, when there's an Azir plus a Mbessa, my eyes do fall towards that Ezreal, especially kind of gaining in priority. You're the team that has the Scion, and you're kind of saying, hey, if LGD you are going to take it, then who's really going to be killing Xiaoshu in these fights? And RNG are showing the makings of a dive composition. I think always when you have a Yone, those are things that you have to kind of think about. So anything that's going to be able to pressure, even things like Xayah start to really come into question here for RNG.
Yeah, and it already makes sense that they took away not only the signature Kai'Sa just because Jauchi had that insane 1v9 moment against anyone's legend, but of course, it just fits the profile of the composition so well. Nico also being taken away from Niket, despite whatever you have said, you know, regarding the pre-show about Niket's Nico, it still fits the style that they would like to go for. Now, LGD going to take their choice of Alistar as support for YCX, another support that would help enable the dive. And for the side of RNG, eyeing what marksmen are available, as you already called out, Draven and Kalista banned off the table. Ezreal, the hover right now, the one that you called for specifically for Jauchi.
The Nico ban is interesting because it basically would have enforced potentially like an NMF response.
No way.
We're not getting baited by hovers. Not getting baited by hovers. RNG now, they get to pick their support on 5. This can be a Braum angle. I think Rakan also works incredibly well when you have not only the Lilia, but also the Yone to give you backline access. Still a pretty flexible lane, but instead going for the Poppy. Something that I just completely forgot about, a champion that has been very, very dominant so far, and very good into what LGD have shown. So LGD giving their last pick over to Xayah. Does he want to go for more skirmishing power early with something like a Corki or a Caitlyn? Or decide to say, like, we're going to go scaling, we're going to try to play this game to like a 35, 40 minute mark. And he's going to go ahead and pick himself up the Sivir. So LGD, really strong team fighting, but it's all about the going forward. How can we find fights? How can we pressure onto the opponents? While RNG, they can hold their ground and are going to be looking to fight them.
And the crazy thing about locking in something like a Sivir against all the dive into RNG, you would think that you want to pick an AD carry that has insanely long range, that has a lot of safety, that's not even involved with the main pocket that LGD is going for. But instead, they doubled down by saying, you know what? My AD carry is so short range that he should always be around my Azir, my Xin Zhao, my Mbessa, no matter what, because I'm popping the on the hunt button and making sure that everybody's going in at the same time. And with the powerful amount of wave clear that you get from Azir and Sivir, even if the early game doesn't go your way, this is like the Jin Air Green Wing staple from the old LCK days, where you just want to go 50 plus minutes, install the game out, get the 6 items, and pray that your team fighting is better than the other side at that point.
Thankfully, we have Elder Drake this time. And real Barons.
True.
So we don't have to worry about... I hope we're waiting... It's Group Nirvana. To be fair, Mark, anything can happen here in Group Nirvana. Anything is possible.
Like
Everything is legal.
Anything can happen, baby.
Yeah, it is truly magnificent what Group Nirvana has given us. We've got a lot of fun games. We've had a lot of Resident Sleeper games, but here for LGD, they're looking to continue their win streak right now. 3-0 or 2-0 so far here in the group, while RNG have only played a single series. So trying to kind of bounce back, find their footing here in Group Nirvana and prevent themselves from being eliminated. I think RNG in particular as an organization would hate to be one of the teams that is leaving for the rest of the year.
As you called it, every series, every game in Group Nirvana does count for a chance to keep your season alive. Let's take a look as both of these teams hit the Rift.
Okay, the LGD Gios were not all there, but I think that that's fair. You know, a team that hasn't really found too much success historically for a couple of years. It's been a while since LGD has been a top-level name here in the LPL. So coming into this game, we are going to have pretty big expectations of the mid-jungles of these two teams. Nayo has been a honestly magnificent addition to this squad, again leading this team to a 2-0 already here in Group Nirvana, and really gonna have to see what form XQW and Tangyuan have been in for this series just because they have been kind of streaky players individually.
Even though his time on Rare Adam last year wasn't necessarily the greatest, it's definitely been a nice start for LGD and at least elevating the rest of the squad that we had such high hopes for, despite not making it to the playoffs in Split 1. There was just a lot of surprisingly impressive moments. I still think about their series against Top Esports, who eventually became our Split 1 champions and representatives at First Stand, and the fact that LGD early on, remember, this is still a roster that has rookies like XQW and YCX moving up from the LDL in their debut of the LPL. There's a lot to be hopeful for as they are continuing to getting more games under the belt, more experience. And right now, so far, even though not much action has occurred on the Rift, I think there will be plenty of things to look forward to as we head into the mid game once we get that first rotation of Grubs.
So both junglers pathing down towards the bottom side. Right now, it's Milky Way with a minor advantage, just being just that little bit quicker to be expected with Lilia. And for the time being, I think that this RNG team is going to have a pretty tough time with bot lane, especially after some of the first backs and once Xiaoya gets his first item, due to just the fact that it is much easier for LGD in the mid game to run into a side lane and look for something off of mid priority. I mean, Sivir is just going to clear the wave incredibly fast. So that'll be some things to look out for, and how RNG are able to be a little bit more creative, because it feels almost like they have to be the team that is able to get into position first or find unique flanks with Milky Way and Tongyuan. Interesting, they're already going for the swap. This is really early in comparison. A lot of teams wait until the 440 mark or maybe a little bit later, but RNG are immediately opting for this, recognizing that playing into, I mean, you have a Scion, so it's really perfect for that, but also playing into the Sivir as Ezreal, you kind of have to take greedy trades or look for certain timers just to get around this matchup.
Yeah, because if you want to fight fire with fire in terms of getting the wave pushed back in, you're going to eat a lot of ricochet blades from Sivir. Just her ability to be able to push the wave so easily, especially early on, it does force that swap to come in. Tongyuan putting a little chip damage on Nayo's face, making sure that he knows that he means business and not try to just cruise through his lane like that ever again. And as LGD's bot lane does answer the swap on the top side, currently kind of frozen on the top side here. With Milky Way making his way up towards the top side, I'm not sure if there's any reason to believe that RNG would try to set up a play there, since not strong CC for Niket to go for if he cannot find the wall bang angle. But Milky Way, I mean, you saw it, right? He thought about maybe walking up and looking for some pressure, but realistically, the way that 3v2 plays out is very difficult to initiate.
If they had a little bit more chip damage, I think it's possible. Also, just for right now, it's a minor economic victory. Xiaoya did end up buying a cull this time around, where Jauchi only was able to get the tier, so kind of equalizing that gold there. You get the teleports of the two mid laners as just of XQW, as he's trying to he's trying to get at least a little bit of trade damage. Both the junglers have now reset, and I think this is fine for Milky Way. He had a timer there, already finished his Faded Ashes, and he can continue to path towards bot lane. And actually has priority coming in here from Xiaoshu, so they can go for an early dragon. I think mostly just going to be looking to try contest the river here.
I like Tongyuan just being super... I don't know if you wanted to do that. Okay, Q3 at least bails him out. But I was going to say, before the questionable Soul Unbound happened, I was a little concerned. But Tongyuan, knowing that he still has a teleport, is able to take those kind of trades in and trade a lot of his HP, because in reality, he'll have a chance to back. XQW already has burned his teleport. He won't have the same pleasure. And so he's already forced to recall, whereas Tongyuan is still sitting on his TP.
I mean, he's just allowed to do this, right? So he'll have a pretty nice back, 50 CS plus, like, right, should be pretty fine. Seeing that RNG trying to enter the top side jungle here, again, like we just said, with Tongyuan TPing, this should be their advantage.
A flash forward for Niket doesn't really get them anything here. Now Tongyuan off the TP, look for the Fate Seal, but doesn't find it. It did get the flash out of Nayo, but now that's one major engage tool that is burned by RNG. No other level 6s by the other members of RNG, so it's really going to come down to if they can get some decent poke in. But unless Milky Way hits level 6 off of a stolen crab or a stolen grub, I don't think this fight is really playable for the side of RNG, but they're going to look for it. Tong Yuen is just going to get pushed in and doesn't get a chance to snap back on the Soul Unbound. You just really got to question the boldness from RNG there.
There was 2 summoners there missing. I mean, I like the idea of the engage from YCX getting around Poppy's W by flashing forward. They got the trade of Tong Yuen's ultimate that probably should have been enough there for RNG to go back to the lanes, and now you're feeling a little bit bad because you've made your solo laner, you've made specifically Tong Yuen and Jotchi, your carries, miss out on time to farm, and it'll only be 1 grub. They're not teleporting. Does RNG lose more for this? Milky
Way forced to flash away. Xiaoshu is here just in case.
Oh my goodness. Group Nirvana, baby. Group Nirvana.
Welcome to Group Nirvana, the awesome show that is these teams fighting for their lives. And you know what? You know, a lot of skill shots are probably going to be missed, but at the end of the day, it's all entertainment, baby.
Okay, end of the day, it's going to be 2 grubs over to LGD. Not bad when they are the team that, we talk about side lanes, should be feeling pretty comfortable, Mbessa and Azir. So, oh, Jotchi is, I mean, he has no ultimate, sure. Yeah, I respect it. He knows, like, he has no ultimate. At the very least, maybe someone sitting around that brush could be scary, but Jotchi decides to call his bluff.
Yeah.
And kind of have to look at kind of where a lot of the gold is. Yes, Tong Yuen ended up falling, but has a minor lead over his opponents. They're consistently just trying to make swaps, making sure that they're catching waves. The problem I think I kind of see here is that Milky Way kind of got sucked into that fight on top side, and so missed out on a little bit of time to farm some of his camps. So, you know, a minor advantage going over to LGD, not just with the kill there.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like there was an angle for RNG to just be content with the 1 grub, considering their fight to reinitiate off of Tong Yuen's Fate Sealed went awry and didn't get them the advantage that they were looking for. But then it just seems like RNG overstayed their welcome. Yeah, Milky Way got out, burned his flash for it, I guess was willing to take the trade. There's still a dragon to take off the table here for either team. Niket and Jotchi doing a decent job of getting the wave shoved in and getting priority, but doesn't really look like it's a strong enough position to actually get that dragon for them. Milky Way is just going to look for the back instead.
Yeah, same thing with Niket here, as Ezreal is going to be by himself. Maybe they're going to try to make a play in that river. You can kind of see some pinks going down there, trying to note where XQW is. They're going to try to clear some of his vision. And with Niket recalling so he can grab more wards, same thing with YCX on the opposite side. Control of mid is going to be really important. So watching how our 2 mid laners interact and who is allowed to really fade into the bottom side river is going to tell us a lot as to who has priority and who's allowed to move in, because everyone really has their ultimates. It's just Milky Way still without his flash. Same thing for Nayo.
Oh, nice steadfast presence from Niket, but the forward engage from YCX finds a 3-man pulverize. Unfortunately for the rest of his squad, not really able to comfortably follow up on that. Meanwhile, Jotchi and Xiaoya in a 1v1. Xiaoya doesn't have any more mana, but he has a higher health bar, but Jotchi is at least willing to trade some mystic shots back into Xiaoya's face. But now below 300 HP, almost at 200. RNG's 80 carry, not in the greatest spot to look for a further fight. YCX helps his jungler get the first hit onto it, and is now awaiting for Niket to Hex Flash over the wall since they have the ward in the Tri-Bush. And as soon as Niket sees the Alistar walk up, realizes that's no longer an angle to play for.
As soon as Milky Way even ulted there, that's just the dragon gone. XQW does have ultimate, should be able to flash out.
Oh, what a clean sidestep by Milky Way. Able to evade the Emperor's Divide, and despite the flash, XQW still dies.
Okay, mid priority there, but that was the dragon going over to LGD. 50 seconds before this second grub spawn, and I do favor RNG in that instance. They should be very close to hitting level 6 on their support, so having the Poppy ultimate means that they'll have a big timer. No flash now on XQW, in my mind, should really disincentivize LGD from looking for this fight, and you get a replay of this. I mean, this is really tough. This is just XQW trying to clear the wave. Good job from Tong Yuen to kind of keep him occupied. I'm going to assume that this Azir just didn't have the shuffle, because if he did, I feel like he should be looking to try to sweep himself away from this fight, but unfortunately ends up going down.
Yeah, it looked like he had already either used the E and it got interrupted by Tong Yuen because he put himself in front of him, or yeah, that it was gone. So LGD, not the greatest showing in terms of trying to escape from XQW in the mid lane in the 1v2, but still maintaining decent CS. Tong Yuan.
Oh, we're just doing this. Okay.
Yeah, they're starting it up. I mean, they're on vision too.
I like this though. Like the bottom lane wave is even. They've brought over already Sasa on the top side. They're trying to cheat for this now. Okay.
Nice use of the spell shield by Xiao Ye. It just absorbs the Cyan ultimate, but YCX punted into the wall. Still tanky. Meanwhile,
oh no,
a flash from
Milky
Way, two-man lilting lullaby, but at what cost? He's gonna take a dirt nap himself. Tong Yuan now trying to aid into the fight. Still super healthy, but has the snap back on the Soul Unbound. Flash from Jachi and Niket forced out of them because the pressure from LGD is just too damn high.
I loved the positioning there, and I think the discipline coming in from LGD, taking the fight a little bit slower. RNG, we saw the flash from Milky Way. That must have been a misplay. I can't wait to see that in the replay. Oh, one more boomerang. He breaks the barrier. He lives. 5 grubs going over to LGD, and now they'll have some alone time here in the mid lane. All of these turrets have to be very careful. There's going to be a ton of gold. A minute and a half before these plates fall. I want to see how much LGD can exactly get.
Damn, now Jachi has no summoner spells for the next fight. We got a quick picture-in-picture from the observers, just showing how close. Oh, that last auto attack from the minion wasn't the one that threatened the barrier, but the ricochet blade almost taking Jachi's life on the back end. So far, CS scores have been relatively even. It's been a stark contrast in the mid lane for Tong Yuan so far. But unfortunately for RNG, they haven't gotten a chance to leverage the advantage that Tong Yuan has had on the Yone so far.
Also, this bot lane matchup is really difficult to kind of go through, so we get to take a look at this. I really, again, look at Xiaoya with the spell shield, blocks the Cyan ultimate. I think YCX keeping Milky Way out of the pit, Niket not getting the stun against the wall, and then Milky Way here. I feel so bad to point this out, but Flash doesn't queue for whatever reason until the very end and then gets canceled here. I love that Sasa gets the ultimate for the unstoppable. It just completely breaks the line of play there for RNG and makes it even that much more difficult for them to end up contesting for these grubs that they end up losing.
Good by Nio to just hover XQW as he's catching a big wave from Tong Yuan, pushing it in. We've got Dragon spawning in the next minute and some change here, Alk. 5 grubs awarded to LGD after 2 back-to-back successful grub rotation fights. RNG just doing their due diligence to catch any of the sideways on the top side while XQW pushes it back in. I imagine that LGD, even though the gold lead is just about 1,000 for them, feel very comfortable going into the next fight considering that they're all on spikes and they have the threat of being able to take turrets afterwards.
I think that the more important part is just that LGD's wave clear is less conditional. Like for Tong Yuan, he has to kind of get into the minion wave. He clears it, but has to kind of get in melee range like we were saying. And for LGD, you have Sivir Azir. That's it. 5 grubs as well. Anytime they get alone time on these turrets should be fine. With like the dragon that you were pointing out, it is very easy for LGD to just sit in one of these side lanes, sit in bottom lane and mid lane, clear them out, push them forward, and decide, do we want to continue to hit turrets, or do we want to allow our jungle and support to walk through the bottom side river and start to place down wards, which you can already see here from YCX, getting vision, trying to deny that from his opponents, and getting priority here. They're willing to give up this top lane tier 1. How much of this is necessarily going to be worth it? Because Xiaoya and XQW are still hitting on turrets this entire time.
I think for RNG, definitely makes sense to just get some gold injection for yourself, and LGD willing to take that gambit and say, we're still ahead in objectives. We're going to put ourselves further and further closer to that win condition. Oh, really nice public execution. The follow-up from YCX and Xiaoya is just easy as pie, knowing that Jachi had no summoner spells from the prior fight, and it's just an easy pick.
They even get his barrier here, so tough looks there. I'm pretty sure he didn't think that Mbessa ult was landing. So they'll trade the first turret, but I think as LGD, you're happy. You also claim the feats of strength with that kill. So they get the mid-tier 1. It looks like they're going to be pushing for bottom lane tier 2, but Tong Yuan should be able to get there in time. And now after grabbing the dragon, they can, I think, continue this line of play going forward. Sasa just sniping him out from a lineup in the middle of his arcane shift, by the way, which completely finds them the kill here. So that is just unlucky timing there for Royal Never Give Up and their carries for this fight.
I didn't even see that he was in the middle of the animation and the public execution still snagged him out of it. There was like a brief frame where it looked like he had successfully shifted, but then just got yoinked right on back. And now LGD, off the back of that, 2 dragons to their name. Not another dragon's going to be seen for about 4 minutes. Otacon spawning in 3. Maybe a fight here in the bottom river, but it's just Tong Yuan using the power of the soul unbound to just fish for vision control, see where the rest of LGD members are at.
I think this is really fake here from LGD. I wish that instead they had decided to swap XQW. I think they're trying to make sure that he gets gold, so they're going to try and get him this bottom lane tier 1. But when you have a Herald, you have 5 grubs, and Niket's caught.
Wow, and like that, once again, pulverized flash from YCX, able to bypass the steadfast presence, and it sets up LGD for another injection of gold. Are they going to continue the chase here? Tong Yuan, fate sealed after the Q3. Milky Way is there for the lilting lullaby if he wants to cast it. They finally take a nap. Milky Way and Tong Yuan able to burn down Nio, and a teleport from Xiaoshu at least allows him to join the fray and prevent any LGD members from looking for more here. But Sasa, he arrives to the party. He definitely wants to fish for something on the Tong Yuan so that they can equalize the kills here, but not going to happen.
We just invested so much for that play. I mean, RNG now, they get themselves that kill. You're totally fine with that. And then you're saying, okay, enemy top laner matched our TP, so at least we're matching summoners there. Enemy support no longer has flash, and YCX not even opting for the Hex Flash here. I think you're fine for that. And LGD, I think, lose a little bit of the plot here. They'll still be able to recall, go towards the top side of the map, and RNG are not quite in position yet to contest for this Herald, but I feel like that should have just been an easier line of play, and they didn't have to still give up that kill. So now we're going to be seeing this fight over this objective, and I think this is risky from RNG. You're missing some ultimates. Oh, Lilia doesn't have her Lilting Lullaby. Like, I think we should just be giving this up if you're RNG and trying to find advantages elsewhere.
Yeah. Seems thankfully, at least for RNG, LGD don't quite believe in themselves to take the Rift Herald right away either, where there was a clear window where, as you called out, jungle mid, no ultimates on the side of RNG. LGD, even though Xin Zhao ultimate is currently down, feel like you have a lot more power in what you had available, but looks like Nio wanted to take some camps first, give himself that extra level lead, or at least ding level 11. Rift Herald is on a ward, so RNG know that it's being started up. Meanwhile, Sasa at least is just going to put pressure onto the bot lane. Xiaoshu was roaming back towards the top side of the map so that he can make this fight happen. They know that Sasa cannot join this fight. They're trying to force a 5v4. Tong Yuan still trying to join from the top side of the map, not going to make it in time.
Niket's
and
dead.
Niket is just getting chunked out thanks to XQW had a really great position. Now he might be put to sleep. Lilting Lullaby lands on a 2. YCX could be the next target here. Xiaoshu smashes him with the axe, but here comes Tong Yuan trying to change the odds here and turn the tides of the fight. Xiaoshu still facing the pain from Nayao getting chased down because everyone else from RNG had to flee, and LGD are going to take the fight away from RNG.
And they get to catch the mid wave incredibly high. Before this play, they were pushing in mid. They do this again here where they're able to clear. Sasa ended up getting another turret in bottom lane, so a lot of gold here for LGD to be able to spend after that fight. Completely fine that they ended up sacrificing their support. The Rift Herald stays alive, and I think for RNG, this game is going to continue to get tough. But some silver linings here. There are no flashes on particular carries when I look at XQW. So something that they can try to replicate, something that they can try to find in this game, as now they're staring down potentially a soul point coming in from LGD, and there's really no reason for them to ever be in an area around this river. I mean, you're going to continue to lose push in the mid lane. This is tough. RNG are dropping so much gold on the map right now.
Yeah. Seems like they're overgrouping. They're trying to play too much into the ends of LGD when they are down in gold because they are so afraid of just losing much more. Third dragon easily goes over to the hands of Nio. And now the rest of LGD, all they got to do is just walk this fight out. Wait for a better repositioning. Public execution right into the backline. RNG trying to stall this one out, but Tong Yuan forced to flash away. And if he's the biggest carry, main a minute, Xiaoshu on the backline, being able to find a huge flank. Xiaoye can clean up this fight though, and Jotchi's Ezreal is just not enough, even powered with that awesome flank from Xiaoshu. LGD just way too far ahead. Doesn't matter, they lose out on XQW's Azir, they still ace them.
Well, it's their pick of the litter. Do they decide they want the Otacon, or do they just want the Rift Herald? Personally, I think the Rift Herald is a much better option. You already have 5 grubs, but it seems like they're gonna want to play with some house money with these false lives. So LGD outright win a team fight. Just RNG looking incredibly split. Niket never really being able to play this Poppy as well as we would have wanted, and now it's going to be Soul Point here coming in for LGD.
This Otacon going down super rapidly. No chance for RNG to contest. And I think after this objective being secured for LGD, there's maybe one more fight that RNG could look at that could swing them back into the game. But at this point, it is looking dire here, Alk.
Man, they even get to hit this top lane tier 1, so more of that gold going over to XQW, who's the only player with a gold deficit versus their opponents. But LGD, I think, have played this game a lot better, a lot cleaner than their opponents. Even looking at this replay, I mean, look at what YCX is doing. He's stopping Xiaoxi from getting in. I thought with the Alistar being marked that this could have been their fight. This is just complete pandemonium from RNG. We're supposed to be waiting for Milky Way to find an angle in these fights for Jotchi to pepper the opponents. And as good as Xiaoshu comes in on at the back of this play, I'm just watching on the other end Xiaoya rip apart Jotchi. I'm watching Sasa on this Mbessa just carry this fight. This is just not clean and not good for RNG, who potentially are looking at losing the first game here in this series.
Yeah, it almost seems like RNG forgot what kind of AD carry they were playing against in this game. Sivir just benefiting when everyone is grouped up in the same area. Those ricochet blades, yeah, the Sivir isn't on, 3 items or 6 items like we memed about during the early stages of the game, but this is a well-accelerated Sivir. Already had the Yuntal blades, the Navori quick blades as well. Both of these items at this stage in the game, well ahead of the item curve. Xiaoya's pumping on the Sivir.
Xiaoya's also just gotten a lot of free gold because, again, Sivir pushes waves, then she moves. And that's something we couldn't say for Jotchi. Now Niket looking. That's Nio out.
Keeper's verdict punts out the jungler here. YCX doing everything he can to protect the rest of his backline. A shift in from XQW sends them all back with the Emperor's Divide as Naya now rejoins the fight, and marks Tong Yuan. He can't even get into the fight. The one person that seemed like he had a fighting chance against LGD, but he's just completely soloed by the jungler of LGD, and I think this is game over.
There were only 2 people who ended up falling. It was Xiaoya and YCX. They run straight forward into the enemy base. They use some of their summoner spells, but I'm going to be honest, Rafa. Like you just said, this game is looking absolutely cooked for RNG. As we take a look at this replay, the engage coming in, Nio gets punted out, and this was as good of a fight as it was going to get for the side of RNG. But you look at LGD, Xiaoya is just free firing. Him and XQW end up throwing hands and ultimates. Xiaoya actually flashes forward to kill the bottom lane pair of RNG. I loved what we got from that. The fact that that wasn't a good a fight for Royal Never Give Up means that this game is completely over for them, and now the false lives have fallen for LGD, so they'll maintain a 9,000 gold lead, and you can already see it. Sivir is starting up this Baron. LGD want to get out of this game and get themselves ready for game number 2.
6-0-6 on the Sivir. Xiaoya, even though the rest of the team has definitely done the work to set up this Sivir for success, Xiaoya has delivered when he needed to. The Baron secure for the side of LGD, and we're 30 seconds away from Soul Point spawning as YCX trying to lurch forward, looking for, just fishing for any cooldowns that he could burn off of a panic button.
RNG, they need to stay up here, honestly. Like, Milky Way, after that red buff, brother, you're walking on forward. You're walking into the river right now because we need to contest for this soul. And even if they have this soul, I just don't think it matters, right? Like, LGD, they still have the Baron for the next 2 minutes. It's very easy for them to push this wave. That's going to be another wave missing here for RNG, so they're going to start up this dragon. They need to be able to grab this, and then they need to win the fight afterwards if they want any chance here.
Nio's got to be careful on this left flank. He's brought in Tong Yuan, but he is forced out of the fight below 300 HP at the moment, or 30%. But the rest of the fight from LGD is going just fine. They find the Ket. YCX sends it for an engage on Ajachi. He's keeping his position, but a public execution from Sasa finds Chachi in the backline. The shift away, the flash over the wall. He's running. He's just trying to survive against this Abessa, but the Sasa just does not give a damn. He's going to take out the Ezreal in one swell bloop, and Xiaoya able to deal with any threats that RNG sends his way. The Mountain Soul was secured. Another ace picked up for LGD, and that's game 1 in the bag.
And that is it. That is going to be the teleports coming in. And Mark, it's been, you know, all things considered, a one-sided game here for LGD. They got themselves the Soul. They got 5 grubs without very much contest coming in from Royal Never Give Up. And it's going to be the final push as they look to move up 1-0 in this series.
Something about Xiaoya Sivir is just putting a big smile on my face after witnessing it that game, Alk. RNG, one last stand, but I don't think it's going to be like IG versus JDG. LGD surely have this one locked up and wrapped. Game 1 goes to LGD.
A clean game, all things considered. And again, this mid-jungle is starting to hit. We got to see more of the greatest hits of LGD. Their mid-jungle starting to work together. This bottom lane doing excellent. I think that the draft just let them do basically whatever they wanted. And while RNG were on the beatdown, they had it to win the game a lot earlier. We just did not see those moments from Tong Yuan. He had some individual moments in the lane, but outside of that, him and Milky were invisible in this first game.
Yeah, it was really disappointing because Tong Yuan had like a solid 20-30 CS over XQW. He had forced him out multiple times in lane early while still maintaining a TP advantage. And the first time that he has a chance to leverage that, it's wasted. And the first grub rotation goes completely awry. And I feel like after that point, RNG just continues stumbling in terms of coordination and figuring out when to be decisive. And then by the time that someone decides to go for a play, no one else on RNG is really ready to follow up on the play. There's some mechanical flubs and execution errors from some of our individuals that we really expected to be, you guys got to be the carries. You guys are, you know, the rising stars. And we know that sometimes, you know, pressure can be on for, you know, younger players, but at the same time, you got to remember what you're playing for here in Group Nirvana.
Tough game, especially when we do have, you know, single round robin here in Group Nirvana. Just losing this series, not only game differential wise, but just as a series, is really tough because we're going into the back half of, you know, their single round robin. And when I look at their next 3 opponents, LNG, OMG, EDG, those next 2 potentially could be the matchups that you're looking for the side of RNG, but losing to LGD in particular,
yeah,
that one is just like yes, they are the expected favorites, I think, coming into today, but we wanted to see a little bit more from this team, and I think LGD is performing maybe a little bit above expectations now with Nio in the roster.
Yeah, they definitely look a lot cleaner in terms of teamfight execution, kind of some resemblance to some of the magic that we briefly saw in their Split 1 performances. Maybe it will come to fruition and give them a chance if they are able to lock this series down. Obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're still, you know, at least one more game to play. The confidence that we are given with off of the back of that first game performance, though, is where we're just really putting a investment in at this point looking forward. Now things could obviously change. It is LPL, anything is possible, but just looking at the way that LGD with Nio in this roster is now seemingly more on the same page versus in previous iterations of the roster. If you're an LGD fan, hands are up. You know, you are feeling good. You are hopeful right now.
You're hoping for a miracle right now. Your hands aren't up. Your hands are together. You're making a pray. You are praying to the LPL gods that someone is going to come down and save your season. Good stuff from LGD. I think that they played, again, their composition so well. Xiaoya in the mid lane just being able to hold it down with the Sivir, consistently pushing waves into the Ezreal, making his life a living hell. And then XQW even. I think the Soul Laners really performed here in this matchup. Sasa being able to find those accesses in the backline with the public execution. They just controlled every single objective. And I think one part that I do have to call out is Niket. Niket was a really exciting prospect coming into this year. Finally wasn't underneath a player like Mako or Crisp over on TES, so kind of finally gets to have his spot in the LPL. We saw him a little bit on Rare Atom, but it just or Ultra Prime. It just hasn't looked as good. I think his engage supports has definitely been a lot better, but this Poppy game felt really out of sorts for him. We did not get much of a old style Niket game as we were used to.
I think on the one hand, I definitely, agree. It also seems very hard to make this champion work when you're trying to go in. I think the Poppy pick in the draft, when we look back at it, definitely makes sense as an answer to stop the Alistar, a lot of the mobility that RNG or LGD had on their side when they're diving in. But RNG were never the first ones to an objective most of the game. They're the ones trying to fight for entrance, and Poppy can only do so much if you don't hit the Keeper's Verdict on key targets, right? If you don't find the wall slam, your engage power is nowhere near that as powerful as something like an Alistar, right? And yeah, it seemed like it was a tough mountain to climb for Niket. Just trying to, I don't know if I need to do this much coping for the support of RNG. Just hoping.
He does not pay your salary, bro. It's fine.
I know.
You're not getting him signed. You're not getting him signed.
I'm questioning myself as I'm giving the defense of my life. Like I didn't realize I signed up to be his lawyer, but you know what? Just trying to sympathize with someone playing Poppy in this situation, I guess.
So coming into game 2, things to think about. I mean, we saw that the first couple in this first game, Gwen, Rumble, and Jace are banned. Now with Sion, I think you're kind of more free to kind of play these champions, especially with Mbessa gone as well. In terms of mid laners, there's no Yone with Sejuani. Nafiri is still open, and Ryze wasn't taken away, so that's probably going to be the next big combo that we see kind of paired up immediately. I wonder if we're going to have that split up between the two, and what is side select going to look like? I know it's been kind of a one-off question. We're always like, oh, we're defaulting to blue side, but WE has been a team that has gone to red side before. We're starting to see a little bit more of teams decide that we want to try to get counter pick. I think it is mostly our lower end teams, but I'm glad they're experimenting anyway.
Unknown. I'm just gonna say it straight up.
Nice. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
I did want to ask you, actually, are we on a new patch?
On 25.8.
Is it 25.8 or
25.08? 25.08.
Okay. 0.08. Yeah. Did Sivir get buffs on this new patch? I'm just curious.
No. I mean, we had seen Sivir beforehand. I think it's good matchup in Ezreal. Like as we saw. Yeah, Ezreal just really hates when a champion can not only poke him, but also clear the minion wave. I hear the MVP noise.
What is it?
I think it's Jachi.
I mean,
oh, okay, sorry. It's not Jachi.
Damn,
I thought it made
Jachi saying, damn, Jachi played so...
Ah,
nah.
man.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I knew what you meant. 7-0 and 11. This guy in and out. Just like the gas station, just making sure that he is pumping in the damage and just ripping through the enemy team. I know that I was curious if Sivir had received buffs just because the way that Xayah played it and was able to navigate through these team fights. I think just the situation was super good for himself, not just for the lane matchup, but also just relatively looking at the rest of the composition that RNG had. Outside of Ezreal, everyone is melee. So everyone's going to be stacked on top of each other, and those ricocheted boomerang blades are going to get so much value.
Yeah. Congratulations to him, and yeah, I'm kind of just ready for game number 2, just because this might be our quickest series. I kind of wanted to see if this was going to be the more important one out of the 2 that we have tonight, but so far, RNG have not quite come to play here in game number 1.
Well, we'll see if they can level up their game going into the second one of the series, which we will be viewing with all of y'all right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between LGD and RNG. But before we get into that, Alec, I hear that y'all have been doing a fun segment in between these games. You want to let me know what's going down?
Yeah, we've got a new sponsor for the broadcast. We've got Moba Trainer. Have you heard about them? It's a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and you'll work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. So again, we're going to do one while we're waiting for the draft of game number 2. Can we open the chest? Because I just want this click away. It's going to give us keys, which help us unlock. Oh, they added an animation. Okay, let's show the puzzle progress. So this is the account that we've been having on the stream. We are not putting you on dodge, at least until the second series, Ellie. I know you've been excited. I know you're excited for it. So let's see the new training path. So the other broadcasts have been able to finish it. We finished level up timers, so we can move on to the next level. Or Mark, we can take one of these easy ones. Which one do you want to do?
You know what? I'm a play-by-play, so my brain's small. So let's do one of the easy ones real quick.
Okay, let's using teleport. Right? We talked about it in that last game.
Oh no, I'm not a top
let's choose a role. So we choose a role. It doesn't matter. It's whatever roles it gives us.
What?
So we can choose mid or top. Let's choose mid lane.
Okay, fine. Mid lane.
And we practice the pattern. Okay. Using teleport 1M. All right. So this is gonna give us, you know, a scenario here. We're playing Katarina. We have teleport. It's 16 minutes. It's 10 to 10. Gold's pretty even here. Malzahar is pushing top wave. We have red buff. So we can TP top. We can go mid without TP. Or we can teleport mid.
That's a big wave. Catch the wave.
All right. Let's see TP top.
Oh my god, I'm not dumb. Okay.
There you go. I mean, if our Nunu doesn't hate us, they will cover mid lane. So
is Nunu covering mid lane? Oh my god, he is. Let's go.
Yes. So we got a bot lane tier 1, and there you go. We got okay. We got good. So let's get to the next puzzle.
Let's go.
Using teleport. So we are playing Syndra this time. Syndra into Azir. Okay, so we're bottom lane. We're pushing one last wave for level 11 at 15 minutes. Seems like we have an individual lead. We're looking for a potential flank TP. Wonder what the options are going to be. TP flank on Fiora. I think this is really. I think teleporting bot isn't good. Let's go for the TP flank on Fiora.
Oh,
York is almost there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. We have mid prio. Yeah, because our Ashe just pushed. Yeah. Okay. So we can watch the ending. While this ending is happening, Mark, do you want to explain why you didn't think it was going to be TP flank?
Well, I guess I wasn't paying attention to whether York was committed to making this play happen on top side, and I figured the safer choice was just to walk mid. But I think the other thing I didn't take into account that Leona was also positioned to flank on top side because they had prio from Ashe and Leona pushing in, so you have that opportunity to make a 3-man collapse.
All right, let's do one more before draft starts.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, draft's already started?
Oh!
I'm sorry, Moba Trainer. Look, Moba Trainer, for everybody at home,
Moba Trainer.
if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for an extra 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds go to benefit both Moba Trainer developers as well as the LPL unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your gameplay today. We are in pick. Whoa! Why are we this far to draft? Oh no!
My goodness.
Okay,
well,
we've got Tanyuin. We've got Tanyuin on the Annie, which definitely helped Milky Way get carried last year on FPX. Xiaoshu has picked up the Yorick, and we're getting that Nefiri Rise combo that I talked about from game number 1.
Oh man, damn. Milky Way catching a stray like that already. That's foul. But you know what? I think this is our first Annie of the split, if not the season. Oh, I'm going to have to go through gol.gg.
Knight just played it like the other day. He played it up against...
yeah. I'm a fraud. It's okay. All right. Well, Annie's second game of the split, potentially. And the rest of this composition from the side of LGD, taking into account that RNG is going to have the split push win condition thanks to Xiaoshu on the Yorick. We've seen it at least pull out a couple dubs so far in the LPL second split so far. One of them was credit to JDG's top laner, Ala, who JDG were just able to play a really fantastic map control game and just being able to constantly pressure their opponents. Whereas, don't remember the other win. I think it was a recent one, actually. I want to say... I'll come back to it.
Yeah,
anyway.
I was going to say, I think when we look at these kind of compositions, LGD going for a little bit of a lower range team. What I'm going to be kind of really excited to watch is this Renata coming in from YCX. When you look at what RNG have, they're a team that is very similarly lower range, but I think Misfortune and Annie kind of cover some of the bounds there. And for what RNG have, they're going to be going for an all-in strategy. Try to find individual members, use this Nautilus and Lee Sin to pick out individuals, and then have your Annie follow in over top. So LGD, can they make this draft work, and can they bring a 2-0 to bump them up in the standings and bring them to first in Group Nirvana?
I mean, RNG are really all-inning on giving Milky Way not only a lot of easy crowd control setup, both through mid and through bot lane, but also just trying to give him the keys to the kingdom with a confidence pick like the Lee Sin. Something that we just don't really see that often from junglers these days, since there's a lot more champions that are being prioritized, and even when we get further and further into the Fearless draft, still Lee Sin doesn't pop up as often. Get a chance to look at the keystones here. Doesn't really look like anything pops out as the usual, unless the first strike from Annie is not typical for Annie, but then again, we've only had one game, and I don't remember what Knight took on Annie.
He also took Electrocute. So he took Electrocute and then still ended up going the Roa build, which meh. All right, well, we've got both junglers heading towards the bottom sides of their map, which does make sense, especially, or sorry, going actually flipped. I don't know why I thought Lee Sin was on top side. I think I just saw the red icon that is the ward on the blue buff and figured it was Lee Sin. But gonna be interesting when you're talking about playing the Yorick versus Jax.
Yeah. I'm curious to see actually how much split pushing Xiaoshu is going to be able to do effectively this game, because if Sasa is able to answer him on the Jax, then you kind of neutralize that win condition. And it's not like Sasa needs to join these fights for LGD to guarantee wins if the 4v4 is still nice for them. There's an early full clear from the side of Milky Way. We have seen a couple of our Lee Sin encounters where they go for something similar like this. Full clear on red side, try to look for something cheesy. Didn't look like the conditions were necessarily set for Jauchi and Niket to set up something on the Xiaoya. Meanwhile, mid lane Nayao does something similar. Goes for a full clear on red side, looks for mid lane, but not the right conditions to look for a play. And he's actually going to discover that no camps from the blue side have been taken by Milky Way. Meanwhile, flash from Niket right onto Xiaoya. The ignite popping, Jauchi flashing forward, and that's first blood for RNG.
This is the tough part of that matchup when you play into Misfortune. Good for the lane. We're going to see Nayo now just sitting there. He's going to use the invulnerability, try to get some invades down. Ended up stealing the blue buff of Milky Way. This is why this popular combo of Rise and the Nefaria has started to come out. Giving the point-and-click stun in the mid lane, or the root from the Rune Prison, makes it very easy for Nefiri to actually play the game and go on in. So we're already getting a lane swap here from our bottom lane. They try to find the all-in, don't work out there. And a lot of summoners burnt between Xiaoya and YCX.
Now, if you are an AD carry here, Alk, and you're in the Kalista matchup versus the Misfortune matchup, and you lose the first kill of the laning phase, are you pressing the panic button? Are you immediately calling for your jungler or saying FF at 15, or are you chilling?
Well, because it's usually us playing, I'm usually saying FF because my jungler hasn't come down bot lane at 3 minutes. But in this game, there's still a lot to be able to play for here. I think with the fact that you have this Renata and Kalista, you're just going to be naturally powerful. We'd have to take a replay as to what exactly happened in that 2v2, because I think there was some things that we were looking at in mid lane that stopped us from seeing the full context. And as you can see, they were there first to the top side. Niket is here, but there's a flank from Milky Way.
Oh no, the Sonic Wave lands super easily onto YCX, since the prior all-in on the bot lane had expended both of the flashes from Xiaoya and YCX. So RNG able to create the volatility by Jacci and Niket's doing, and now Milky Way gets to reap the rewards.
I think they just weren't expecting him to be there because they were like, okay, well, we just stole his blue buff. He should be on the bottom side of the map. So Milky Way actually training some of his camps to make sure that he can apply pressure onto this game. Niall has taken in, his Krugs in the meantime. And YCX is going to just walk in. Oh, how does that land? He doesn't have vision. They don't know the pink ward is there. So, all right. Still small victories here for RNG. They're trying to get short-term gold for long-term game just to make sure that their bottom lane is set up for success.
Can't land every Q. It happens, Milky Way. RNG, though, still 2 kills up on the board, a solid 1,000 gold advantage thanks to their overall efforts. Not necessarily any damning individual leads racked up by the members here on RNG versus LGD. We're still 30 seconds away from the first grubs spawning. And right now, Nio getting a chance to be the first one in the river here alongside his bot lane, and the collapse from XQW at least gives them the surprise attack angle against RNG.
It's very important here that RNG are going to prioritize getting
really?
level 6. Oh, we're making this play into Niket, but he's just out of there. And that's the flash from XQW. Okay, they gave over position. LGD can now fight for mid lane wave. They'll be able to collapse. Tangyuan, during this time, hit level 6, and that was the thing that I was looking for. So now RNG just gets saying, hey, we're going to be able to play for grubs, and you can't contest. That was a huge investment from LGD.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Alec. I was left speechless, and not in the good way. I was very underwhelmed, just thinking, okay, cool, you want to look for a Realm Warp collapse into a flash play by the Rise, but Niket can just buffer any CC with the Q. And so maybe that wasn't the target that LG were trying to go for. They wanted to look for Jacci instead. I don't know whether it was an execution error or just, unfortunate target selection from the side of LGD. But yeah, big investment there. And they lose the first 3 grubs because they kind of lost their surprise window with that too.
Yeah. So as we go back to lanes, XQW does have to get hovered by his jungle and support because he doesn't have flash. They just saw Nautilus up here. There could be a potential dive coming in with Milky Way, but you're very happy if you are LGD, and specifically if you're Nio. You did just lose that fight, but you've now are pretty close to hitting level 6 on this Nefiri. You have a lot of skirmishing prowess coming on through, and you're going to be looking at these bottom lane. We're talking about looking to use the Kalista and Renata. Jax is starting to pick up a little bit more farm here. The only issue that you're kind of worrying about now is Misfortune is pretty strong at this point, and her ability to clear the mid lane wave is a lot stronger than her opponents.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's a dragon to play for both of these teams here. RNG still benefiting off of the decent-sized gold lead now. XQW has been able to pick up a little bit more farm for himself on some of these side lanes, now facing Tangyuan in the bottom side of the map. Nio currently lurking in the shadows, shifting his way towards the river. And I'm a liar. It was not XQW already on the bottom side of the map. It was Sasa. Both of them were blue in the profile picture in the map.
Nice.
Dyslexic moment from me. Meanwhile, Milky Way trying to flash forwards to see if he could land the... Does he even have Dragon's Rage? No. Huh?
Okay. All right. Fair play. There you go. I mean, teleported in. He just gets to walk back out. He's half HP, which doesn't feel particularly good. But if they try to redive this, you have to be worried about how fast they're able to get this done. There's no flash here from XQW. Oh,
okay. Good size up by XQW, but it's fine. It's fine. Niket at least is able to tank up the turret shots for Milky Way to land the rest of his damage. Nio wants to see if he can at least get some punish back. There's no Tibbers. There's no flash from Milky Way. Goes for the first easy target, and Niket gets the reset off the Hound's pursuit. Won't necessarily go for a redive, but the pressure should give them control over the first dragon.
Those are 2 flashes, 2 very important ones. Milky Way no longer having his, and now Tangyuan using it to get out of the knockup, as well as grabbing the objective. I think LGD can be quite happy with this, and RNG over-indexing on that dive, gets a little bit of gold for Milky Way. We'll see if he's able to carry this as the Lee Sin. This game gets infinitely harder for Lee Sin as more items start to be picked up, and You're mostly your value is going to be coming from his E. That Tempest plus Cripple is going to add so much value versus a Renata and this Nefiri. But aside from that, there are just so many dogs from Nefiri that also block Lee Sin Q. So Milky Way is going to have to be very creative on this Lee Sin if he wants to have additional value and not necessarily fall off a cliff as we go further.
Yeah, I will say that I appreciate he is being super proactive because I think it's the correct decision to make, especially since you're playing against Nefiri, who's going to scale super hard with every single item spike, whereas in the Lee Sin side of the deal, I mean, you spike decently, but nowhere near as threatening, right, as the Nefiri, who gets just to increase the potential of just one-shotting or completely zoning out a carry. It's much easier to execute on the side of Nefiri, whereas Lee Sin, you have to, like, do miracles and more just to achieve what Nefiri can do with the press of one button.
All right, let me take a look at this game now. It's a minor lead going over to RNG, and with 3 grubs in their mind, when see it off the cards for them to try to go for the second set of grubs. There's no dragon to trade for the time being because this first one got taken so late. So pretty easy steal for them. And at the very least, Mark, if they actually just want mid priority, and that's the biggest thing, you can just bullet time this entire mid wave, and suddenly it is difficult for LGD to actually answer back. Maybe they're waiting for the side of LGD though. If they can kind of squeeze this timer on Xiaoya's ultimate, that Fate's Call does open up a lot of plays. Tangyuan is in Fog of War though, so they always have to be worried about where Annie is.
Yeah, just hovering the left side while Milky Way burns out at least the first grub here. Oh, the Dredge Line connected right on top of Xiaoya, and the bullet time is ripping through his health bar. Milky Way tries to close the distance with a ward hop into the resonating strike. Just not enough damage to finish off the Callista here. The bailout was also there just in case he needed that extra bit of protection there. But LGD still not able to force their way back into the river. And given the credit to RNG, they're going to secure 6 grubs for themselves unless Nayo is actually... I think he made his way into the pit. Didn't get a chance to steal one away.
6 grubs for the team with Yorick. This is one of the first times they've actually been able to see this. Usually Yorick teams are not able to play for the grubs because Yorick is just a historically very weak champion in team fights, especially very early on. But getting 6 grubs is a huge boon for this team. We need to see how much Xiaoshu can actually get done on the side lane, as he is going to be able to, I mean, he should be able to delete turrets now with a Trinity Force on top of that. If he has Demolish Rune, it only gets much worse. And LGD are floundering so far mechanically in a lot of these fights. Those were 3 summoner spells burned from Xiaoya, plus YCX's heal.
And LGD definitely a lot more... or not a lot more, but a lot less impressive compared to the game 1 so far. It seems like after the Sivir game we got, I was ready for Xiaoya to just run it back on whatever 80 carry he got. But the way that Joshi and Niket were able to create that volatility in the bot lane, get the early shutdown kill, and then afterwards, it seems like LGD are not operating on the same level of confidence that we saw in their first roundabout against each other.
And we're also seeing that with the addition of having mid-priority, how easy it is for the junglers to live, right? Just
True.
Milky Way this time around, he gets to walk in, he utilizes the fact that Jachi and Niket have first move. They can always enter into this topside jungle, so it's a free red buff going over for RNG at the expense of Nayo. And maybe they try to find this pick onto Renata. The wireframe shows her, she just gets caught out. YCX is dead.
Yeah, even if she tried to flash away, there's no escaping the mobility that Milky Way has in his pocket on the Lee Sin when they've already closed the distance like that. RNG might have a chance to get some turret plate damage down onto the mid lane since Jachi's pushing in a huge wave. And the rest of RNG's squad now roaming over to the top side where Tangyuan pushing in this wave. XQW in a world of trouble, just going to throw out the Realm Orb so that he can escape.
There you go. How much more can they get from this 6 grubs? That's 1 plate. Second one coming on through. And that's going to be a lot of gold here for RNG. If they get this full turret, it's even more. And that'll be focused really onto Tangyuan and Milky Way.
Oh, they all in right on top of XQW, but the hostile takeover is here to turn the tides of the fight. Milky Way dropping super low. Nayo gets the first. Reset on the Hound's pursuit and is ready to bog down on Tong Yuen's face. Next up could be Niket, looking for the Darkened Dagger, finds the second cast. It's a triple for Nio. This jungler has come in and not missed one beat in revitalizing the LGD roster. Chachi tries to save the day. The bullet time will scatter most and finds two back, but still a massive win for LGD.
And that's an unverified quadra kill now here for Nio, getting 4 kills in that fight spread across the entire thing. This Nefiri is turbocharged, and that single mistake from RNG might have cost them the game. It was a turret, yes, but how much gold was lost here, and even the summoner spells. XQW is incredibly tanky thanks to having this catalyst of Aeons. YCX with the hostile takeover plus the bailout just provides so much utility. And it is just the rundown here from Nio as he gets all of these kills. It goes from bad to worse here as they lose a lot of their summoner spells, but at the very least, Chachi was able to grab 2 kills in the end.
Get the picture-in-picture, at least for RNG's sake, we're able to, off of the redeploy on the map, secure the second dragon of the game. Taking one last look, the bullet time is the saving grace for RNG of what was a disaster on the top side.
Yeah. Getting an invade here from LGD. They want to try to at least get back some of their camps here, as Nio, he got to finish an entire Spear of Shojin from that.
Oh,
all right.
Baby.
Nice. Cool. And like you were saying, the dragon does go over. The Rift Herald is spawning, and for right now, it's going to continue to go the way that we've seen for this entire game, which is that Chachi and Niket get first move, first say out of mid lane, and they can move into this side of the jungle, which has been so important for both of these teams in this series, just being able to get vision down and, you know, really supplant yourself in an area and kind of defend your territory.
Meanwhile, XQW getting run down since he doesn't have flash.
Yeah.
Wow, that was just a straight up solo queue. Xiaoshu just knew that without flash, there's no chance for this Rise to escape.
And he has demolished. That was a question that we had for earlier. So 6 grubs, demolished. That turret's going to go down. Maybe even gets more, but he doesn't have teleport. Yeah, so he should just be looking for this full thing.
A really good dredge line there. Gets away from the handshake. Tong Yuen now joins the fight. Throws down the tippers, but still gets dogged down by Nio. Good bullet time from Chachi. Splits up the members of LGD in that choke point. Nio now forced to run away, but still is going to survive. And RNG just now finding it even more difficult to navigate these fights when this dog is this fed.
Who cares about that though? Xiaoshu in the bottom lane now.
True.
Just gets to continue to hit this turret. No one else is moving for him. I feel like this is pretty premature. He doesn't want to get anybody to really teleport on him. And this entire time, Nio gets to start up the Herald. He's been taking this entire time. He's full health again. All right, cool, I guess. That's just an objective taken for them. And there's no dragon. There's really nothing else to play for at least 2.5 minutes. It's probably be the turret here as Chachi gets collapsed upon.
He has cleanse, but can he get away? Does he have the protection necessary from the rest of the team? LGD all in and didn't take into account where the rest of the RNG squad members were. That's a big shutdown to forfeit that easily.
300 plus gold coming in from that. So Nio gonna have to go back to the base with that one. Really unfortunate stuff. This game is slowing down, and that favors RNG. Just because of the fact that they have this 6 grubs, and how much more can Xiaoshu get on the side lane? If RNG can hold their opponents, maybe even start to eke out small wins like that, I mean, this mid turret is about to fall as well. There's going to be a lot of gold that RNG is going to be able to play with, and I think that this is most exacerbated by the fact you look in mid lane. Tong Yuen is already 5 minutes ahead of this Rod of Ages. Tong Yuen's going to be able to finish his second item in time, probably around the 21-minute mark, and then pick of the litter when it comes to objectives and fights across the map here.
LGD trying to bully the rest of RNG out of their own jungle and secure these camps back for themselves. I want to go back to this Yorick because it is the one thing that outside of the overextension from Nio, giving over a free kill and free shutdown over to RNG, had kind of going for this squad because, like you called out, 6 scrubs for a Yorick. I don't think this is even, despite all the Yorick games we've seen, I don't know if we've ever gotten a Yorick composition with 6 scrubs on their side as well. So this means that even though LGD have a super accelerated jungle Nefiri, if your fights are not finished out fast enough and Sasa is not able to hold the York on the side lane, or if it's XQW's job to hold him on the side lane and that doesn't work either.
It should not be, please.
Yeah.
Do not put Rise. This used to be the old school Rise counter. They get the... Okay. They trade Flash from XQW for the cleanse of Jotchi. I don't think that's worth, but they are sitting up on this bottom side, and if RNG walk into them, YCX needs to make the Hail Mary hostile takeover. Otherwise, I think LGD have over-prioritized this bottom lane wave. They might lose 2 turrets for this between mid and top lane.
Yeah, Xiaoshu is just steamrolling through the minion wave on the top side, and RNG have already set up shop to cut off any rotations back from bot to mid lane by LGD. So they're forced to take the safe option of going through all the way of bot lane or recalling and walking back mid. Thankfully for the side of LGD, neither of the 2 turrets are susceptible enough to RNG felling them in one fell swoop or rotation. It's just back to standard. And we're at 20 minutes into the game. Otacon has spawned on the bottom side of the map. The 3rd dragon is available, and RNG are blitzing it down.
So much vision here for RNG, for LGD to have to walk through. Dragon is gonna be reset here. Xiaoshu does have teleport. You can see the pings. They want to see if he can push his wave a little bit further. Milky Way should just give this up. This is fake. Yeah. I think we're just giving this up. They're just trying to buy time here for York. Honestly, if that was really the case and they all kind of wanted to play on a unified front, they would actually kind of walk together as 5. But LGD instead are going to summon the Rift Herald here to try to punish them. They should just try to get this to crash, guys. Oh, no. Okay, well, I think it lives. Okay, it gets 1.
Yeah. It gets 1.
Okay, not bad. So, for the time being, though, still got to feel that this game should be RNG favored. This game going late might get a little hectic as Rise will have all of his items completed. And so before the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs are done, that's going to be where I'm looking for RNG to really kind of utilize the fact that you have a Lee Sin and an Annie that are ahead. Same thing with this Misfortune. Already 2 items here. Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge. So Jotchi hits like a truck.
Yeah, this Misfortune is going to be ripping through LGD squishies like... I can't even think of a comparison. Yeah, you know what? Something like a hot knife through butter or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That works. We're going to call it a day. LGD still trying to find their composure on this map since they have to always send someone to attend to the split pushing shenanigans of Xiaoshu on this York, constantly creating map pressure. The power of 6 scrubs is going to do a number as soon as he gets his chance to walk up and start smacking a turret with the shovel. And LGD, if they're not able to get these sideways pushed out in preparation before an objective, then they're going to have to make, tough decisions here. Give over the objective, send full 5 members in order to contest for it, and then risk giving up 1, 2, how many turrets that Xiaoshu will get in that in exchange? That's going to be a question we'll see answered as the game continues further and further.
Okay. Starting up, we're on the bottom side of the map, mostly just because Otacon is here. You see that LGD are struggling with RNG's wave clear, especially when we talk about this Misfortune. Xiaoya is just never able to step up. This bullet time, plus the make it rain, is very difficult. YCX has to be careful. He's able to get out in time. Lee Sin and them do not decide to pressure, but it makes it almost impossible for LGD to get those long lanes that we were kind of setting up with the Rise and the Jax, just because of the fact that they can rotate so quickly between mid and bottom lane here, even top lane. So we're seeing them try to start this up. This is going to be a bait. They want people to walk into an Annie and a Nautilus. Xiaoshu has not committed the teleport quite yet.
Engage there. Realm Warp. Maybe for Sasa to look for a flank angle, finds his way right on top of Milky Way's head. It's the kick that sends him out. Flash hostile takeover will only snag Tong Yuan, but that could be the target. That's all that's needed. But they have to make a decision quick, because look in the top lane. Xiaoshu is working on the 2nd tier turret and could easily make his way to the inhibitor tower next. And the fact that RNG are able to trade out 1 is still working in their favor. The Otacon getting burned out, but Xiaoshu is actually teleporting to the fight. Nayo secures the Otacon, but the rest of LGD LGD, they got revives. They can take this fight. They can trade kills. But Nayo is still forced to run. YCX now could be the next target. Milky Way is going to find his way into the backline and take out the dog once again. And somehow RNG able to win the fight.
I don't think that was worth it at all for LGD. Yes, you got the Otacons, but RNG were able to get a little bit of gold. They even got some summoner spells out of XQW. LGD just saying, look, we may have died there, but Misfortune doesn't have flash, Tongyuan doesn't have flash, and now Xiaoshu doesn't have TP, so he is stuck in whichever lane he commits to. As we take a look at this replay, there's some creativity here from LGD by sending in the Jackson to the backline. Xiaoya's ultimate doesn't really land, but it's all down to YCX being able to tag Tongyuan here. If they don't grab this, then I think this fight is a real drainer when it comes to their resources. But this fight is split now. Look at where Xiaoya is. Nayo is just now wrapping back over the Dragon Wall, and they're lucky that this steal doesn't come through from Milky Way, because that would have been the ultimate backbreaker.
Yeah, it is pretty clutch that they get the revives and not actual deaths coming in for RNG, but they're still getting a decent amount of gold off of the fight being victorious for them. Meanwhile, Nayo looking for the first target onto Niket. The Hound's Pursuit already casted, but needs to get another target before he can cast it once again. They turn on to Xiaoshu, coming in from the left flank.
Tongyuan
making his way to the right side. He's immediately threatening Xiaoya to force the flash away, but XQW's in the middle of all of them. Is he taking enough on the rise? Nayo finds the first reset on the Chachi, and he can cast it again. Realm Warp is going to bring them even closer under the tier 1 turret, but Milky Way tries to keep his distance, forces them to back off, looks for the Sonic Strike, not gonna land. Sonic Wave is gonna go to the wayside. Milky Way at least stays alive. A Baron buff is available for the taking, and as long as RNG can look for a steal, it can still be playable.
This is super close. They're gonna turn right onto Milky Way. Say goodbye.
They had vision, and they knew that Milky Way was gonna fish for the steal, and RNG all walk in one by one. Thankfully for them, they trade Xiaoya, but I think LGD will still have enough damage to burn this one down.
Sasa even still has the Otacon revive, so he'll take part in that, and LGD get creative with their finds. They get a good pick away from him, and I loved how they turned immediately. They had to explain Xiaoya's flash, but it'll grab themselves the Baron, and now keep them in this game. Remember, still 6 grubs here for RNG, but those 2 dragons that LGD were able to get, so important. And you can see Tongyuan trying to stay in vision. As soon as he shows here, everybody from LGD, they just immediately try to pincer, and the amount of time that XQW is able to spend or try to expend from RNG is important. He is so tanky, like you had noted, having the Rod of Ages, the Sarah Shield as well. It makes it basically fruitless for RNG and Tongyuan and Milky Way to ever find a pick onto him.
And then just the patience to wait for RNG or Milky Way to come back in. Oh, they spotted him on the control ward that was walking on over. Milky Way had just... He was more concerned about trying to fish for a steal than the potential for LGD to jump back over the wall. Now we're back to live. Third dragon was sniped away by LGD. They have 3 dragons to the name right now. RNG were trying to fish to see if there was a fight that they could take in the aftermath of the objective. The gold lead has evened up here. We have to remind everyone that LGD or RNG still has the 6 grubs on their side. They still have this Yorick split push win condition. But the past 2 fights, RNG have forced Xiaoshu to come into the fight and join up for a 5v5. And I can't help but wonder if these are the correct calls that RNG are making with their Yorick.
And the items are only going to get worse, right? Like, for LGD, they are becoming much tankier. Sauce is actually going for Azonias. You already see that Nayo basically has 3,000 HP on this Nefiri with the Kempunk Chainsword already done. We're making a play in mid?
XQW forced to pop the Zonias, yeah, but now he's back out of the Golden State. Flash forward from Tongyuan looking for the Tethers, but it is the Realm Warp! XQW was not caught up in the CC train, and he's able to escort the rest of his team out alive.
Such a creative play. The Realm Warp finally being used to get members out of dodge. We haven't talked about it much, but Nayo being 10-1 on this Nefiri. YCX, oh, that was some miscoordination from the bottom lane of LGD. Flash from YCX, the ultimate from Fate's Call. Does give over mid priority, but what I was noting with the items is just how tanky LGD are. I think we're getting another fight here. I think this is fake. Guys, we have Baron for 30 seconds. We got to use this a little bit better.
Looked like they were trying to at least find a quick pick with the collapse from Sauce's teleport, but not able to find anybody in range. RNG, for the most part, going to take some recalls here and get a chance to redeploy, spend some any gold that they might have accumulated in the last time that we saw them on the Rift here. The gold lead's still relatively even, just a difference of hundreds here for the side of LGD. Getting ready for the next dragon spawning in 3 minutes here, Alk. It is Ocean Soul on the line for LGD.
Nio's pretty close to level 16. He's about 60% of the way. Maybe he'll try to, steal some of his own jungle camps away from his laners. Hey, I can take this red buff, right? Like, it's global now. We're past 20 minutes. Xiaoya is recalling. I wonder what item he's going to be completing. Should have already been done with the Terminus, so he's like on 3.5 items. This is the worst time for this banner to come up, in my opinion. I wanted to see what they were getting. Yeah, okay, so he has 3 items now. Pretty big break point. I mean, he's on parity with his opponent. Yes, it's crit itemization, but it's just having the Terminus plus the Rage Blade makes Kalista that much harder to take down. And the biggest breakpoints I'm going to be looking for in this next fight is level 16s for some of these members, Tangyuan and Nio in particular.
Tensions at an all-time high as mid lane prio is the name of the game for RNG, securing it for themselves and constantly keeping LGD push back here. We haven't seen Xiaoshu gotten a chance to push up and threaten an inhibitor tower quite yet. There was that opportunity during the Otacon fight, but didn't get a chance to see it really accelerated. As now RNG, still the next objective, the focus, the play is 1 minute and 30 seconds away from spawning in that Ocean Dragon. RNG once again get the mid prio, a Realm Orb, trying to cut them off. Milky Way is completely isolated, but a quick snag right on top of Xiaoya. Really great coordination from RNG to find the AD carry of LGD completely alone, and now LGD are left floundering.
They just completely split up. Xiaoya and YCX could not get into the Realm Orb in time. That was also the flash here from XQW. I was going to talk about before this play, for LGD, a strength from them, because they lost some of their outer turrets a lot quicker. It is very difficult for RNG to get set up in long lanes when there is a Ryze who can teleport on you, when there's a Jax that can come in from behind. So RNG have been overgrouping on mid, giving up a little bit of CS specifically in Tangyuan so that other members can get fed and kind of turbocharge this York and this Misfortune. But right there we saw LGD get a little too cheeky with it and spread the fight too thin. So now they lose access over this dragon. They will not be able to fight for Soul, at least not on even footing. And it'll be important now for RNG. Where do you place your vision, and what space are you able to occupy and take control of with this Annie and this Nautilus?
Yeah, because they definitely lost the opportunity to have that control once Xiaoya went down, because now this bottom side quadrant jungle belongs to RNG. They have vision lines pushed up into that blue buff circle there in the pit. It's getting equalized out with the double control wards from LGD. We'll get a chance to see everything now with the blue scryers. The dragon has been started up here. The rest of RNG all circled up on this banana brush, waiting for someone from LGD to step up. Flash available from Tangyuan for a stun setup here. Jachi, bullet time coming up. The Realm Orb from...
No one's there.
It's a bait.
Can they finish the dragon, though?
Dredge line goes wide, 4,000 HP. Milky Way goes in, but gets caught up by the hostile takeover. The Ocean Soul is secured by Nio. Now he finds the first reset on the Milky Way. Looking for Jachi next. The flash forward into the Hound's pursuit. Good night, Jachi. Oh, goes the dogs, and Nio is going to sink their fangs into the rest of RNG's back. The rest of LGD can do away with the remaining stragglers of RNG, and this looks like it's a series swept.
Wow, I mean, we talked about what Nio has been able to do for this team coming in. When they had Climber, unfortunately, LGD were 5-13 in game store. With Nio, after taking this win up against RNG, is now going to move up to 6-1 after his performance. And now with an Ocean Drake, the LGD are going to end 3-0 here.
Cementing their place at the top of the standings in Group Nirvana, one step closer to guaranteeing a continuation of their season into Split 3. LGD swept the series.
Just an incredible performance. Even that early game looked a little questionable, but he is completely leading these guys. Like, It feels good. This team looks completely different. I think that their mid games have gotten a lot stronger. Niall has been very focused on being able to generate his own leads and be very creative with his pathing. So I think we could start to be excited again for LGD after getting burned during Split 1.
LGD enjoyers rejoice. This team is now pretty damn secure in continuing their season to the third split of the year. It would have to take some like crazy shenanigans from the rest of the teams and the rest of the standings for LGD to still be eliminated from the entire year and not get a chance to play continuing into the summer at this point. Because with 3-0 on the line and only 2 more series left to play, odds are in their favor, baby.
Like, the hardest one after this for LGD is going to be the fact that they do play up against EDG next, who is the other first place team, or previously after today was going to be the first place team. So that'll be a battle for first here in Group Nirvana, and that is going to, I think, kind of clinch who is going to playoffs. I mean, you start off there, you beat if either of those teams win, they're going 4-0 or 4-0, so or that could be a pretty big win for them. I'm looking at and then afterwards, LGD have to go against Ultra Prime, so LGD very realistically could end top 2 in the group, and that'll mean that they could battle for their chance to be in Split 2 playoffs.
I'm going to wake up Cubby. I'm going to tell him that he can be excited about LGD again. I don't care if that guy is sleeping. I'm going to DM him right now.
Let him know. Let him know. Tell all your friends at home, LGD will continue on in Group Nirvana, at least in 3-0, and got to kind of look at it for their opponents here now. RNG, Royal Never Give Up, now 0-2. They still have some pretty tough matchups. They're going against potentially a revitalized LNG. Then they've got OMG, who, that right there, I think for RNG in particular, that Ultra Prime series is going to haunt them, because that is another team that is potentially fighting them for third, fourth, or, potentially getting out of this group right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had, LNG as one of the teams that was most in danger of being eliminated this season, and the fact that RNG dropped their series against them, ooh, no, that is super tough. And or if they were to drop the series against LNG, then it would be tough. Now there's some teams like EDG that RNG would still have to play against that are seemingly in this state is also going to be very difficult to overcome. I know that other teams are off the backs of, series losses are making panic swaps with their rosters. I mean, LNG has now swapped to their 3rd jungler so far. I'm curious if RNG are going to pull an emergency panic button of their own and try and call up one of the members from their LDEL squad and say, this guy's not performing for us right now. We need you to step in, or if they're going to trust in this current roster to carry it forward and, at least for their sake, win 3 more series.
It's going to be tough. I think any kind of swaps potentially jeopardizes the team a little bit more. At least with LNG, the team is already kind of used to having a new jungler in every week. So, they're used to their
it works in their case, right?
Yeah, it works in their case because they've been doing it. But I feel like we even saw it in OMG's case, right? Like they swapped in Charlotte over Linfeng, and they got completely obliterated. So I'm kind of looking at this as a pretty tough start here. And I mean, organizationally, I think that would be one of the biggest indictments, going from maybe it's them returning to their roots, because Starhorn Royal Club, they got relegated from the LPL, and then RNG rose from the Flames after being able to promote. They saved their slot, but it might be another relegation. We might have to see them lose their spot for the rest of Split number 2 and Split 3 the rest of the year.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe RNG look at this series as the one that really puts things into gear for them and gets a majority of the members that need to step it up to finally lock in and save their season from ending prematurely. But when we look at, the damage charts, once again, it feels like Jachi against the world for this roster. I mean, they even gave him a better setup in the lane. He and Niket were able to find a huge lead against Xiaoya, who had a pop-off performance on the Sivir in game 1, really put this Kalista down in the gutter, and it just did not matter because Nefiri, I'm sorry, Lee Sin, better champion right now in the meta game, and it's the ease of execution with what you can do with this Nefiri, way simpler than something like a Lee Sin.
We also just never got like a proper 5-on-5. Like, Tanyu in this game, yet again, invisible, right? Like, we did not get like a flash Tibbers onto 3, setting up Jotchi for an ultimate. There's plenty of reasons and spaces that I think that was possible. Him and Niket also just having, like, I think Niket in particular, just having a really off series, just off night in general. I don't know what else to say for RNG. This looked very sad, especially for some of the members that were getting some hype behind them after Split 1, even after some of the placements games. And it's back to the drawing board now. You're down 0-2. Again, you have so many matches you can play for. And I kind of want to talk a little bit more about LGD here, Mark. Just the exciting prospects of an org that has given players now, especially XQW, who won LDL in this last year, some other high-end players who were able to win some of the earlier splits in LDL of 2024, just all being able to come together in this roster. Xiaoyu getting his second year as a starter here. I think there's a lot of exciting stuff, and there's a lot of promise, and that's why we were so hyped coming in for Split 2.
I mean, it's not only the story of LDL champions coming up from the Tier 2 scene and making their season debut, their Tier 1 debut here in the LPL, but also a redemption story for someone like Nio, who, as we talked about before, he had a rough debut on Rare Atom. Not necessarily the most inspiring performance for a rookie to make in their Tier 1 debut. Obviously, you know, it's a lot to ask on in a landscape of so many powerhouse teams, but still, when we saw that he had subbed in or came in over Climber over for LGD, we weren't sure what to expect. We were like, okay, you know, I'm not sure what you're expecting to get out of, you know, him coming in. And yet, Nio has been the truth, the revelation, the eye-opening revitalization that LGD have seemingly needed, because the rest of the roster is seeming on the up and up right now. And I hear the MVP graphic. I'm assuming it's going to be Nio on the Nefiri, but I would love
Give it to me
to confirm it. Yep.
Yay!
There it is.
Let's go. He's got 4 of them. So he's getting almost all of them in these games, which is really, really good. So again, excited for him and looking forward to what we get from LGD going forward, as they only have 2 more games before their group Nirvana is over.
That's right. And as we close out this series, and before we go to break, just want to remind everyone at home something very important and something very dear to our hearts, that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it actually goes to paying on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And if you're questioning what kind of upgrades that we've gotten so far, you see all these fancy graphics. It wasn't this fancy in Split 1, baby. That was all Coffee money right here. So thank you. Shout out to all the supporters that we've gotten that has been able to level up our broadcast so far. Again, we're getting ready for our second series of the day between Thunder Talk and WE. We'll see you on the other side of the break. And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of the day between Thunder Talk Gaming and Team WE. Now, we're going back into Group Ascent for this one, and it might not seem like it just because of the strength of these two teams in the ladder. However, this series is so important to each other, Alk, because this is one of the more winnable series for themselves in this group.
For both of these teams, not only is Thunder Talk obviously at 2-5, still trying to find their footing here in Group Ascent. For WE, 0-6 start. I mean, they're thankful that Group Ascent doesn't have any real punishments. Like, you're going to still have a play-ins, which allows you a single best of 5 to play for a spot in playoffs. But they're starting to kind of click together. They're starting to make the magic happen and win games. They were previously a winless team here in Split 2. So I think this might be time, especially for teams that are around each other in the standings. And, you know, projected-wise, they're supposed to end at the bottom of Group Ascent anyway. So in a double round robin, you really want to try to take the wins against opponents that you're going to be around in the standings.
Yeah, for the side of Thunder Talk Gaming, a lot of the magic that we first saw happened in Split 1. Still, the most notable thing that they were able to accomplish was beating BLG in a best of 5. Unfortunately for them, Thunder Talk eventually then lost to BLG in the playoffs, and when they faced against them in a best of 3, BLG got the best of them again, because in Split 2, one of the things that we noted that with the removal of lane swaps and everyone reverting back to standard lane setups, it seemed like it had been a big hindrance to what Thunder Talk wanted to achieve for this roster, being able to help Hoya dodge out on some of those tougher lane individual matchups against some of the more stronger top laners in the league that we have, but also giving 1xN that accelerated boost of gold so that he could get to the team fighting stage where he truly thrived.
Yeah, I think fans could have thought that coming out of last year, you know, you're only making a single change in the mid lane, that this roster would have had enough time to gel, that we would have seen 1xN and Feather in a much better light. And so far, I think these two have really been able to hold it down. Hey, look, there's me.
All exception.
Be able to do better in the laning phase. They've been a much stronger pair, but when it's come down to team fighting, I think that for Thunder Talk, sometimes their solo laners have given them angles, but really in particular, Setab really feels like the weak link here, as Hoya, now with the introduction of like Sion into the meta with Yorick, I think that there is a very real possibility that this team sees a shift in playstyle, moving away from the carries in Hoya's pocket. But this means that Setab really needs to step up, and that's kind of what we're going to be helpful to see here today as kind of a momentum booster after their win versus Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, it has definitely been a, bit of an absence left after UCal's departure from this Thunder Talk roster, returning to the LCK, and a lot of questions were raised about whether Setab could step up to the plate and fill in those shoes. And, if we're going to say on average, the honest answer is it's not necessarily been the same, show-stopping performances that UCal was able to bring for this Thunder Talk roster. There has definitely been some highs that Setab has been able to pull off, especially on more melee-oriented champions like the Yone. But then it just comes down to the consistency. And when the consistency is all over the place, then Thunder Talk are really left wondering, can they rely on Setab to give them a winning lane matchup, the priority and the pressure, so that H1 can actually operate and have some agency?
Yeah. Split 1 magic was kind of Hoya and Beichuan being able to get away with highway robbery a lot of the times, and Beichuan being an early driver. I think one of the funniest stats that I got to see is that he hasn't been able to play Vi all season long, all Split 2 long. So, sucks to see, but it's definitely a tough world out here. And for their opponents, when we look across from them here in the split, Team WE, a couple of roster change-ups. Obviously, this team is almost wholly brand new. And so far, I think that without Tianjin in the roster and Monkey being able to step in, while it was very slow at the end of Split 1, we are starting to see some bright spots here for this team. Not only is it just Taeyun by himself now, it feels like this team really works when Monkey and Vampire are able to find creative engages and start the team off on a good foot.
And you know what, Alk, is the most surprising thing for me when I look back at some of these Team WE games? Vampire is actually popping off. I'm aghast. I'm very shocked because there was multiple games early on, especially in Split 1 and early on in Split 2. Me and Cubby had to sit through games where I'm watching Vampire miss Alistar combos, miss point blank Nautilus Qs, miss Rel Q flashes, and yet now Vampire is turning it up with Monkey, being able to sync up and find some really crucial engages that sets up the rest of the team to carry, because otherwise it has been pretty much a Taeyun 1v9 show. But when Taeyun has the burden of the carry lifted from his shoulders and everyone else is pulling their own weight, this team looks much more comprehensive.
I love what we have kind of seen from this team glowing up, because I'll be honest, and as someone who's kind of been casting the league now for the past couple months, like, I dreaded watching WE games. Just, I knew coming in they're going to lose. They're not going to show anything exciting. I'm going to have to watch 5 players go out there and get harassed and harangued by the community for multiple weeks. Maybe throw some mud in there as well myself. But being able to see, really, I think Vampire in particular kind of step up. One of his criticisms in prior seasons has been that he kind of just gets caught out. He doesn't really do all that much, or he just has like these really random engages. But I think we're starting to see that from a lot of other supports as well. And I think he's tuning his angles very, very nicely. So I kind of like the way that we're seeing Vampire finally get himself into fights. And I am kind of hoping that with WE being able to take games off of, TES, Anyone's Legend, and BLG, that it has to come soon, right? Like, they have to win their first series. I think losing 0-18 is statistically impossible with best of 3s.
Yeah, you actually have a legitimate chance of winning a series here tonight as Team WE, especially if you've already taken games off of some of the best teams that we have in the LPL. I know we, talk about, for fun games happening sometimes even from some of our best teams in the league, but it's not just, BLG, Anyone's Legend, and Top Esports just said, all right, guys, we're just going to FFF15 and, give one over to Team WE. No, Team WE had to fight tooth and nail and actually find comprehensive or cohesive plays from their jungle and support working together. And when that happens, Team WE is legitimately exciting. Now, against Thunder Talk, their chances are much higher, but I still want to, have the contingency of that. It does come down to, jungle mids being on the same page as each other. That goes, in the same pocket for Thunder Talk. And when we look even further and, take a smaller scope into this matchup, we're looking at mid lane, Satab. A lot of questions and concerns about, his consistency. Same thing for Karis as well on the side of Team WE.
It's tough. It's so tough when I look at these two. Just the storylines coming into today, the fact that both of these players are Korean mids that were imported into the LPL. Usually when we see imports, especially in carry positions, you want to make sure that they're like at their peaks, at the best that we could possibly get them. But so far this year, we just haven't been able to have that consistency from the both of them. And I think for both Satab and for Karis, they're looking to prove themselves here in the LPL after having middling careers in the LCK. And we'll have to see in the series, as we're going to have our 1v1s for side select, Satab versus Cube. So, we won't have any supports. We finally got away from the 80 carries.
Last ban in Cube's hands. What is he going to take away from Satab? Will it be another marksman here? We've seen other melee bruisers be hit with the ban hammer in the past before. Wow, are we really letting it go down to the final second? I guess Victor's an odd one. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't really seen that one be an effective 1v1 champion for the sake of
That's true.
Ring of Fire.
Okay. No.
Jace mirror matchup, baby.
All right, boys. Let's
We reclining on this one?
Boys.
I'll recline with you.
There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Hit the badge emote in the chat.
Let's just get the badge emote here. Hold up. I got.
You got a pillow?
Yeah, it's a little dirty because Mimi's been on top of it, but yep, there you go. Just let's just get tucked in, boys. This is a 1v1. If you don't know,
a blanket, bro? You got a blanket?
First turret. Yeah.
I got a blanket. Hang on, hang on.
Let's thanks, man. There you go. Extra comfy. So, if you don't know, for a bedtime story, we're gonna have a 1v1. It's gonna be Jace versus Jace. It's first turret, first to 2 kills, or if it's Ring of Fire, it's sudden death. But with Jace versus Jace, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be long-ranged EQ shock blasts. Sometimes we'll go into melee form. We'll clear out some minions. Mark, before we go to bed, we have to take a let's make a quick prediction. Do we think this is actually going to go to Ring of Fire, or is this going to be a turret take?
I think it will go to Ring of Fire. I think it's the fact that it's 2 Jaces. It means that, you know, they're going to just exchange waves. I have yet to see 2 Jaces actually fight it out to the death. You know what? I'm gonna put my pillow
Let's
away.
lean back in. Let's. I don't want to fully lock in. I want to like preemptively lock in. I want to like maybe soft lock in.
This is what I'll do.
Okay.
I've got some National Geographic music on my second window right now, so I'm gonna really lean in. As you can see, the 2 Jaces taking some meaningful trades against each other, both losing about a third of their HP at the moment. Both now auto-attacking the minion wave. Cube getting a very decent minion wave stacking right now as a accelerated shock blast goes right through.
I could take both of these Jaces.
Yeah.
Look at the skins. They're super cool, but they're video game characters. I'm real life. Right?
Unlucky. To the skies from Cube. Goes right on in. Decent damage back. There's actually some 1v1 to the death. Look at that. I'm actually surprised. Saytab willing to go all in with Cube, and it is the first kill of the match before Saytab.
Cube, I think maybe felt bad for Saytab, saying, "Hey man, I saw that you missed some of those accelerated shock blasts. Here's a freebie, you know." So he'll get his empowered recall. He'll be able to go back to base, spend a little bit of gold, and this will be Cube versus Saytab now coming back to their lanes. And Mark, we might be at the end of our 1v1s. If Saytab is able to find another kill in the next 3-4 minutes.
He has hit the crucial level 6, which means pretty much nothing in terms of actual abilities learned. It does rank up his ultimate, which gives him higher base stats on all of his... Actually, I'm going to stop before I cap.
What were we going to lie about?
I was going to say, like, oh, it increases base damage on some of his form swap abilities. But then again, that's a Nidalee thing. That's an Elise thing. It's not necessarily a Jace thing. I think it increases something about how much resistances you shred off the first auto attack when you swap to cannon form, and how much damage you do when you swap to hammer form potentially. Or I'm not a Jace player.
You are correct. It when you're able to put points into your ultimate, it does increase the amount of shred you get, because it's both armor and magic resist for Jace. So good job. You would not have capped at least a little bit, but it doesn't scale off of any items, so it's just levels.
Another to the skies. This time equalize. I'm raising my voice because I'm slightly more peaked in terms of my interest. Saytab.
I'm standing up.
Both summoner spells gone. I'm ready. The shock blast hits the front minion wave, and Cube is forced to retreat.
Now Saytab, duck into the brush, go left. He's not gonna find it. We've got more time to just sit here and pretend like we're in an ASMR broadcast.
I'm back in my chair.
I'm sitting back down in the chair.
The recline is at the ready.
I have it half reclined right now because I want to be I'm gonna be ready to have to stand up for this. Saytab has a 2-level lead right now. Probably more like 1.5 because we can't see. Yeah, it's about a level and a half. Okay, because Cube just hit 8.
My man has fully finished an Eclipse. Does Cube have the same amount of gold to make that purchase available?
Pretty sure he does. He has
900
double
plus
long
pickaxe
yeah,
and Caulfield?
Yeah, that looks right. He sells the refillable. Ooh, he's at a massive disadvantage compared to his opponent. I mean, Satab still has the refillable, has boots plus cloth armor, gets another plate right there. He'll be able to, I mean, the Ring of Fire is probably, what, like a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes from now? He'll be able to recall.
He's going to punt him back.
Mid-air.
That turret is looking very low.
Cube.
Does Satab just go for the turret end here? Can he even push in the wave? I guess Cube has
I think
it.
if he takes one more good trade, I mean, Ignites are up, Mark. I think if we find one all-in from Satab and he's forcing the back from Cube, the minion wave is just dead, and that turret is going to go down.
Well, folks, I sense a rapid and exciting conclusion is coming your way here on National Geographic.
It'll be one of those words. I don't know if it'll be both of those adjectives. Got a minute before the Ring of Fire spawns.
50 seconds now. Here comes Satab, sailing in onto Cube. Ignite popped by Satab. Cube maintaining both of his summoner spells. Bone plating popped. Barrier exhausted. And
wait,
Cube is forced to recall.
No,
if you recall here, yeah, you cannot. That turret will go bye-bye.
Mark, he's looking submissive and diveable.
Oh
my god!
My goodness, the submissive and diveable of the Jace. Cube just one more auto attack. And ladies and gentlemen, our 1v1 has concluded.
I stood back up. I got excited for a little bit. Kind of scared our producer because I know she was trying to fall asleep there to our ASMR, but we did it. We got side select, Mark. TT have done it.
We're out of the Jace 1v1. Let's go, boys. All right, now we can get excited again. Let's go, baby. Thunder Talk win for themselves the blue side, unless we see some real shenanigans and they go for a red side, which has not happened, by the way. We have never seen a team win 1v1 and then take red side, but that's not going to be the case.
What if I completely undermined you and said that that was not true? See? I made you doubt. You're right, but I made you doubt. So now you got to think about that for a second. What else could I potentially lie to you about? Coming into this series,
this is a good exercise in gaslighting right here.
Yep. Team WE 0-6. It's great that we have seen them take games off of BLG, Top Esports, and Anyone's Legend. But series do not equal games. And while I believe that if you can take one game, you can take two, I think an important series win here is on the cards for Team WE. I think they need this win, I think, to prove that they have taken all of these learnings from playing against the top level teams in Group Ascend, which they have access to because they were able to win Split 2 placements tiebreaker bracket. I think it would mean a lot for Team WE and for fans around the community to see Team W actually put up a fight and win.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, the fact that they were able to put up a strong enough of a fight to get their way into Group Ascend and out of Group Nirvana during the qualifier stage was already the big win. I still was very much on the train of thought that WE and FPX just grateful that they don't have to worry about their season ending prematurely. But the fact that FPX is in a conversation where they're actually starting to become a legitimate dark horse, whereas WE definitely not in the same rank at that team. But it would be cool for the fans if WE could rise to similar status as we head into the draft for Game 1.
So, we take a look at this. Team WE going for a little bit of a different ban strategy with the Yone and the Varus will mean that one of the combination of Gwen or Rumble will be allowed. I expect for Hoya to want to try to snap this up. And we've been seeing some different answers into the Rumble. I feel like Cube would feel very excited to have to pick up an Mbessa game here, or even an Ornn game. We've been seeing Ornn start to come on through. Scion is still available.
See, that sounds logical, but what if we pull out the age-old counter to Rumble in Warwick? Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be fun. I don't think we're seeing it though, Mark. I think we have to keep the Warwick in the cage.
Damn it.
So Team WE instead are going to grab the Azir. One thing that we have seen throughout TT's series is that Sitab has had a pretty small effective champion pool, so taking him off of things like the Azir, taking him off things like the Ryze, the Yone, and the Talia have been pretty important here. So I like this going throughout the series. This will be another champion that is no longer available for Thunder Talk, as looks like they're going for a pick composition here, Mark. They want to try to turn off of a Rumble Ultimate, get the flicks with Talia, if that is going to be the lock-in here for Sitab. You have a pretty good skirmishing jungler early on. This 2v2 seems rather powerful for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and it's a nice way to combo off of 3 Talon Strike or set up for Talia combo here. It's not the Vi type of guaranteed initiation with Cease and Desist, but, you know, off of Xin Zhao's pick potential, Equalizer and Talia full combo get a lot of value here onto any target that they can sync up on. WE, though, the fact that they have the Galio as the answer, that is one thing that we have seen many a time into the Rumble to at least go even and be a very, very solid anti-magic front line for the side of WE.
Okay. So WE, they have gone full scaling here. Like they don't even want to play a game at like 25 minutes. They want to try to just get into team fights, get their first couple items coming on through. So back end of these drafts, a lot of focus going on to supports. These are 4 champions potentially being taken out of the pool. And that means that champions like Rakan start to gain value. I think a Braum potentially could be something that they're looking at. I know that we have specifically in Feather being one of the best Rakans in the league, but if you are Team WE, are you going to be looking for grabbing your support? I mean, honestly, Galio is technically a flex, so could try to lean a little bit on that as they go ahead and pick up the Ezreal.
This has been one of Taeyun's most picked champions so far in the second split. Even when WE is not looking coordinated or cohesive, Taeyun at least is able to give himself the space and the freedom to position as he needs to and navigate around threats that the enemy team could have navigated. Now, Thunder Talk, it's Kai'Sa for 1xN, and this pretty much signals that the direction that Thunder Talk want to go this game is always forward.
Yes, they have extreme range, which is something that they might be able to fall back on. They pick up the Rel, and with no Alistar, with no Nautilus, how are Team WE really going to be able to kind of counter this? They're kind of picking whether or not they want to go for Rel or Rakan. I think giving WE Rel is a little dangerous, being able to keep them all up front, and even with that, I mean, they still have Leona up and available. So Team WE, they are so reliant on all of this pressure coming in from the side of their supports. When you look at Skarner and Galio, that front line that they're able to build for themselves, it kind of disincentivizes them going for the dive. I would have liked a Poppy here as a potential just to continue to play a little bit around that, but I think Leona just gives you so much pick at like sitting in mid-wave, or if you're sitting in a standoff, you just send the Leona ultimate onto Talia or even this Kai'Sa and try to force out some summoner spells.
And you can see that Team WE were discussing it heavily on what they wanted from Vampire this game, because you already had 2 solid frontline members in both Skarner and Galio locked in, so you didn't necessarily need another tank coming from the support to face check bushes, since that can be Cube and Monkey's job, but it does come down to reliable and non-committal engage, and which, you know, if you throw out the Skarner ultimate, that's a big ulti to just kind of whiff and say, oh yeah, we're gonna fish. You don't want to fish for Skarner ultis. You want to guarantee things to happen with the Skarner ultis. So I think it comes down to now Vampire being able to reliably try to burn some cooldowns if they are all up and available, and then once the flashes are gone, once the cleanses are gone, then you can guarantee all these other ultimates to land.
This is also probably going to be a static shift Kai'Sa game. I mean, you really, I personally would not like to see it, but when you're playing into Ezreal, when you're playing this Kai'Sa, I think wave clear is kind of at a premium for both of these champions, and being able to have the static shift makes it much easier for the side of Thunder Talk to actually push and roam, right? We were talking about before, I feel like every series really comes down to how you're able to gain mid priority so that you can play for these objectives, playing from mid, moving out onto the map, and later on to the game, Team W are going to have an Azir that they're going to also have to play with. So when it comes down to it, we're going to have to see how Thunder Talk get creative. The buzzer is on them to be able to play if they're able to kind of undercut and get underneath Team WE and make their lives living hell, it's going to come down to Talia and this Rumble to make sure that Azir doesn't get to play the game.
Well, let's see how the story unfolds between ThunderTalk and Team WE as both teams take to the Rift for Game 1.
Monkey?
Oh, he got chunked super early.
Yeah. Should be able to recall at least, so not going to be under too much threat. If you saw that skybox before we started the game, as you can see also in the arena, we are over in Team WE's home court over in Xi'an. So
oh, cool.
Hopefully they can continue to have home court advantage here in potentially their first win of the split up against ThunderTalk. We're looking to still bounce back after a win versus Ninjas in Pajamas and prove themselves here in Group Ascend.
Yeah, the win over NIP was very massive for TT. Not going to get necessarily into the conversation about, you know, what's going on with NIP and some of their struggles at the moment, but still a big win nonetheless, considering that NIP was seen as more of one of the teams that should be able to best ThunderTalk in a series. At least allows them to move up to 2 and 5. Better position to compete for playoffs, at least through the play-in stage. Now, ThunderTalk, as we get into laning phases, Taeyun and Vampire were fishing for a bit of cheese bush here, but not going to find anything so far.
Early on, that this should be a Ezreal and Leona favorite. They just have so much more upfront damage. It's up to ThunderTalk's bot lane to kind of be a little bit more creative with how they find their damage. And I did want to note that this is a bit of a change in style for them. Junglers are pathing to opposite sides of the map, but typically 1xN and Feather have been some of our stronger bot lane duos when it comes to the lane. So interesting to see that they decided to, you know, handshake the fact that they're going to be weaker early, but try to play for 2 and 3 item power spikes, especially on this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and 1xN has definitely been one of our bigger heroes for the side of ThunderTalk, having a massive performance in Split 1 overall. One of the reasons why not only ThunderTalk was able to come out on top in their group for first seed besting BLG, but also 1xN and Feather respectively earning all-pro nods from the group stage of that first split. Hasn't necessarily been nearly as consistent going into the second split. Meanwhile, mid lane could be a good look from Monkey on the state tap, but he's created enough distance just leading to the hard left here and is able to skate on by.
Monkey keeps doing this, man. He keeps going for early cheese ganks, trying to abuse Skarner. He did this up against IG and was able to get Rookie's flash early on. And this was just yesterday. Something we haven't really talked about too much is Vampire does fly in, should be able to get out of that, but W are now playing their second series in a row. They got 2-0'd by IG last game. So kind of see what their bounce back is, and can they actually prove a little bit more versus a ThunderTalk. And now with Monkey being able to help push Sitab out, he's pretty low on resources, as is Talia. Oh, Vampire. Oh, no. That's 2 turret shots.
That's a lot of damage down onto the Leona support, but if it at least gives WE a window to shove out this wave completely and get a chance to reset, then maybe it's all Gucci. WE, last 2 minions up for grabs here for Taeyun. Could get a chance to see that swap coming in, but now 1xN and Feather have a chance to at least make it dangerous for them. Good battle dance by Feather, dodging what could have been a Zenith Blade.
I think at this point, the Zenith Blades are warning shots for Vampire. He's like, look, I'm willing to take this damage. You can't stop me. So right now, it's Monkey with some inverted pathing here. He took his blue buff and then went right back to his Raptors. I think afraid that Xin Zhao is going to kind of go for an invade. I like that, being able to protect your camps, but does mean that he's a little bit slower, and Bechuan will show up to the bottom side of the map with a little bit more to play with. I think maybe even try to swap so that he can try to match his bot lane rotating over. Yeah,
the pathing from Monkey has been slightly awkward. I will say that being able to get the rubber banded camps on the Raptors is definitely worth defending, because the way that Bechuan has been able to benefit from just full clearing both sides of the map, relatively straightforward, no alterations in his pathing trying to assist any of his side lanes, at least gives him that tempo advantage. As Cube and Hoya take to the bottom side, both expending teleports, whereas the bottom lanes, as we predicted, swapping over to the top side just a minute before the first rotation of Grubs.
Okay. Do they find this pick on a 1xN? I don't think this is real. There's still a huge minion wave that they're trying to play into. He gets that entire Q just snapped into him. Good poke back from Taeyun. It's going to be priority coming in for Team WE.
Yep.
And with an Azir in mid lane, that mid-wave push is just getting stronger and stronger. Already took his first back. There should be early grubs going over Team WE, but ThunderTalk look like they want to try to get something in return.
Seems really difficult to do so. Zaytab trying to fight back for wave control in the mid lane, but with Monkey already set up shop in the river here, going to get spotted by Beichuan off that blue Scryer. But because Taeyun and Vampire get to rotate first, it should be fairly difficult for ThunderTalk to contest. Zaytab does have level 6 available, could fly on in on that Weaver's wall, but it would be still very, very difficult to do so. And you know what, ThunderTalk, they're going to put their focus onto Karis instead. Good sidestep, dodging the wind becomes lightning, and Beichuan is actually just going to try and yoink some camps away.
Beichuan's almost level 6 right now. He is so far ahead of his opponent. He doesn't even care. Yeah, he'll take the camps, he'll take Dragon. I mean, after taking Wolves, he should be level. We are doing one grub and cheese ganking. Okay, all right, Monkey, let's see it, brother.
Goes on in, Feather tanks up the Ishtal impact to protect 1x under the tower. The flash away guarantees that Feather will stay alive. Taeyun split up from the rest of the trio there, and Monkey able to at least preserve the flash, but I believe Vampire had to burn his summoner spells in that fight.
That was, you know, pretty uniquely played by Feather. I mean, just going forward, recognizing that he can tank this up. The Ishtal's impact not going to do all that much this early on. Good job from ThunderTalk to at least save themselves some headaches and potentially even more going down. But this will be that bot lane pair now leaving. That means another wave being missed by ThunderTalk. That'll be also 3 grubs going over to Team WE. So there's even potentially more gold coming through for Team WE in a short amount of time.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though, Alk, is that when Beichuan went for the invade, because Monkey had those camps desynced since he did like the inverted pathing back to his raptors and left up the wolves and the Gromp.
Yeah.
When Beichuan goes in, he's like, what the frick? Why are these camps not up? Some weird pathing that happened. So
what is going on? He's like, dude, what's going on here?
Yeah, like where are these dudes, wolves and Gromps? So he couldn't take the camps off the spawn timer because they hadn't spawned yet. He still gets the dragon, but at the very least, Beichuan is not able to find nearly as massive of a tempo lead in terms of camps as he could have been.
Oh, if Karis was able to find something there, Vampire was mid. They're going to see if they can try to fish. A lot of damage onto Sitab, getting that Unraveled Earth onto Karis. Good job. So that means that Sitab very early on will be able to get his mid push. He'll get reset here, and Weaver's Wall does mean that they can try to look for a play. I don't think anything's happening with Cube in the time being, as he'll be able to kind of hold his own versus the Rumble. But if they want to set up for it, they can look to invade on the bot side camps, get some vision down, and try to spot out where Monkey is.
Yeah, Beichuan is definitely having a tough time trying to track Monkey reliably since his camps have just not been kind of standard full clear from the side of WE. And even though it is at least given a slight advantage for Beichuan, we're not going to get a chance to see that advantage actually, you know, accelerated or used unless Beichuan, upon completing first item in the Thunder Sky, immediately makes an insane play that gives a huge boost to ThunderTalk.
Okay, I'm just taking a look at this map right now. It's pretty even. We have a slight advantage going over to Team WE, specifically from the lanes. Karis was able to take his recall, really trying to focus on making sure that his TP is up and available. And now we're in this position. There are no objectives really to take here. Monkey is just trying to get all of his camps back up, but so far ThunderTalk are doing a really great job of controlling the river. Now they have Feather back out on the map. Their bot lane's no longer here. This should not be a scuttle that Team WE are looking to contest.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Dragon not the target here. Zaytab could be in trouble, but good sidestep by Monkey, at least dodging the seismic shove. But no one really to follow up on what could have been for the side of ThunderTalk, as Beichuan was just finishing up the crab, goes back into his jungle, and we resume standard play a minute away before the second rotation of grub spawns.
All right. This was going to be a slow game, right? Like, Talia, Azir, The fact that Karis has not been fishing for Talia's flash is a little worrisome for me. Now, even with WE having the Leona ultimate, ThunderTalk always has to be careful. Where is Leona ulting? How are we ever going to be able to engage onto a Galio or any of these members, really, when there is a hero's entrance coming in and a Skarner right next to them? So, yeah, ThunderTalk need to be very careful. If not, they're going to be walking into a team fight that they are woefully underprepared for.
Tension adding up onto what could be the first fight of the game. Meanwhile, topside, Hoya might have overextended for this one. Throws down the equalizer. I think he's accepted his fate, knowing that he's going to go down. He tries to flash away anyway, but there's still an impale that you have to dodge, and it's first blood for WE.
They won't even be able to grab these grubs quite yet, but fantastic find there for Team WE. Thought that the overforce onto Galio was a little much there from Hoya. Even using his flash, trades it for Monkey, even gets the impale. Maybe this is just not going to be their play. They're going to recall. They're even sending Sitab now up to this top side. He tanks that bullet for them and will actually grab them 6 grubs, which is so important for this team to be able to pull WE across the map. They do not want to have them on equal numbers.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Hoya was just going to just take it and die, but then once he saw the outplay potential there, he's able to burn more resources from WE than thought possible, and that opens up the window. But now, WE, knowing that they are not going to be able to contest for the grubs, instead of trying to linger around for some picks on the top side, they're going to pressure Hoya. Now knowing that he doesn't have equalizer, he's down flash, and it's going to leverage the advantage even further on the side of WE.
It also just means that Karis gets a free escort into this bottom lane turret. Gets some time to hit the objective. This will be the Dragon going over to Team WE, as ThunderTalk would have preferred if they would have gotten more of those grubs just so they can try to pressure on a side lane, but seems like they're going to collapse. We're getting a teleport here from Cube. They are reinforcing. They do not want this bottom lane tier 1. They want to try to corral them around this objective and play to them in the pit.
Oh, ThunderTalk are in trouble here. 4 versus 3. The rest of TT members are far away, and they've already done away with H1. And Satab is just casting the Weaver's Wall so he can get the hell out of here. But Feather has joined the fight, trying to bail out his AD carry and 1xF, but he's still caught up by all 3 from the side of WE. And they extend the gold lead by 2,000 and rack up 3 kills.
Those were 2 flashes going down, the heal and the cleanse now from both bottom lane pairs, as well as those kills. ThunderTalk continue to make faults that we have seen from them for multiple series now, which is a disconnected play, the front line not working in tandem with their back line, and overall a very scattered fight from ThunderTalk. As we get back into this, look at where all their carries are. We have Hoya and Rakan on one side, this 3v3 coming in from the opposite, and there's so much invested. Why are we trying to play this one out? Why is Feather flashing in to find this ultimate when Sitab is just going to use his ultimate to get out, and even to just get out of this pit? He doesn't want to get forced on, so he has to flash over the Dragon Pit wall. As ThunderTalk, what are we doing?
No, it seems like Feather was trying to give his life to ensure that 1xN could walk out, but there was still a flash that could have been used. 1xN doesn't get a chance to use it. Killer Instinct had already been exhausted as well, so definitely have to question what was the communications there for this squad. But for Team WE, able to make the quick collapse. They had the numbers advantage. They pressed it, and you know, at least for their side, they're finally starting to spring forward to their advantage. Now Taeyun, the benefit, the major benefactor of all of that commotion, now up 2 kills in the lane matchup. It doesn't necessarily mean a huge Stark Gold advantage against the Kai'Sa so far, but when we talk about Team WE's games and how many times a Taeyun has struggled to essentially pull off 1v9s because the burden of the rest of his team has been so heavy, this is one of the times when Taeyun can take a relief and let that weight off his shoulders, because so far the team is on the same page with him.
Monkey and Vampire seem to be working a lot better, and so far I'm okay with that, because that means that 1, we get less people that we have to pick on, and 2, we just get a much more even league across the board, even if Team WE isn't on the same page as some of our other top-level teams. But you're right, the Trinity Force is such a strong spike coming in from even Karis getting access to the Leandries. Once these 2 items come in for WE, we're going to be seeing them with pretty massive advantage. I feel like they would be very comfortable to try to find fights. Getting pings towards the top side of the map. such a focus from Team WE to get gold into Karis' pockets. A strategy that we've been starting to see from them, just escorting their mage, making sure that he's hitting turrets. And now this Azir is going to get more alone time with this turret, at least for now, getting damage, but starting to get priority for these heralds spawning in a 30 seconds time.
Yep. WE already first ones in the river. There's only a couple of wards scattered around the entrances here. One behind that lime brush on the side of the red quadrant. One by the river entrance towards this blue buff. But now WE taking up space, ensuring that TT cannot get back in and pressuring for the top tier 1 turret. H1 finding Taeyun, flashing forward right on after him, and the rest of WE's front line has to come in and save him out, but the 1xN Killer Instinct finishes off the AD carry. Monkey's gonna try to buy some time with this Impale, trying to look for 1xN. Vampire and Monkey will at least trade one back, but the rest of the fight has been lost. Monkey is forced to scatter, but the flash from Hoya will commit for the Scorpion. Another harpoon in the back will guarantee that TT win the fight.
This is such a good fight there from Thunder Talk. They bounce back after some miserable positioning, but are able to make that pick onto Taeyun. Even throughout the flash, Beichuan holds it, is able to then trade his own. There's a lot of summoner spells used here, and while Thunder Talk get a ton of kills, they'll also grab this Rift Herald, which definitely opens up the map with this dragon spawning in 40 seconds. A little bit of recall, and now have pick of the litter, get more items for Seraph's now completed on Sitab. Take a look, just a blast cone here from Beichuan. Him and Feather being able to link up, and then Monkey puts himself in a bad position. Maybe if the Galliult was able to come in a little bit sooner, but I mean, Cube still had to finish his teleport. He was nowhere here for this play. Good decision making from Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it was a decisive one as soon as they realized that Monkey was split away from the bottom lane duo there in the river. Beichuan just not hesitating to take advantage of the power of that blast cone. Meanwhile, could be another fight in the river here. Third dragon of the game has spawned. It is Chemtech sole map here for the side of this game. Thunder Talk now trying to see if they can fight their way back into the river using the red quadrant entrance. Good seismic shove and combo onto Vampire, getting a lot of chip damage. 1xN layering it up with a Void Seeker as well. But the rest of WE maintaining their position.
Okay, this is such a tough fight. Now there's ultimates coming back here. There's even those summoner spells that we were talking about. I think that Thunder Talk weren't able to pull the trigger. Probably would have preferred to spin in mid and summon this Herald a little bit sooner so that they can force WE into an uncomfortable position. But this will mean, for the time being, they're able to cheat priority. They'll get the crash into mid lane. And this gives time now. I mean, Thunder Talk, they need to have started this objective already. Vampire is coming back from base, has his ultimate, and he's going to be able to flank the rest of the team.
Feather tries to force the fight here. Taeyun immediately shifts away from the equalizer. That's the Rumble ulti gone. Now WE have a little bit more confidence to fight back their way into the river here. Ultimates now that are available. Feather's quickness. That's going to be the big one that can set up and layer down another engage, or at least provide disengage. But because Feather took such a big chunk in that skirmish, he's forced to retreat, and that's WE's dragon to take.
I mean, just Thunder Talk, we need to pull the trigger a little sooner than that. That's just a dragon going over now, and when we come back to lanes, I mean, Thunder Talk will be able to continue to push around some of their opponents. Don't do this. Monkey, just there you go. Okay. They'll continue to push around their lanes as Thunder Talk, but you're okay as WE. You have 2 dragons. You're able to split the grubs half and half with your opponents. Second items are probably going to be coming in, especially for Taeyun, who's almost done with a Muramana at this point.
A good sweep by Karis, and Hoya doesn't have flash available, so he's just going to accept his fate, walk it off, and die. WE now got to be careful. Feather avoids the impale by skirting right on past him thanks to the battle dance and the grand entrance. Monkey cannot get through the wall with the Astal's impact, but please tell me you guys have enough damage, and yes, they do. Beichuan finds the win, becomes lightning in the back of the Scorpion.
But they lose so much. Like, Rafa, look at the map right now. They didn't, this entire time, Cube is just pushing the wave. So that's turret damage being taken. That's another wave that they're missing at the very least. They get 2 turrets here for Karis. Like, this Azir now has 1,000 gold up on his opponent and should be getting close to finishing that Nashor's Tooth. This was a lot of gold just to get Beichuan a kill. I don't think this was worth it at all.
They really needed to kill Monkey right there. And I think it was personal. That, you know what? That's my cope. It's my cope. It's a morale victory for the side of Thunder Talk because, yeah, can't disagree with what was given up from the side of Thunder Talk to Team WE. Now, Karis has a chance to accelerate or really leverage his power. He has completed his second item of the game, Nasher's Tooth, now online alongside that Leandri's Torment. This Otacon is being looked at by both teams at the moment. Satab trying to at least match the push here on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, we get to see how long it takes them to kill Monkey. He just wastes so much of their time. Heartsteel procs, the Ishtal's impact as well with the Impale. The fact he almost gets over this wall but had taken too much damage and was in combat for too long. That's at least one Heartsteel proc there for Monkey. And it's great that they got that kill, but the game is slowing down, and WE are definitely happy with that result. 2 items completed for their core carries, Karis and Taeyun. Now is kind of the time that we're going to see them, and even their third item power spikes, whether it's a Zhonya's or a Death Cap for Karis and then Taeyun. I mean, if he gets a Spear of Shojin, he's going to be nigh unkillable in this game. So Thunder Talk need to act quick before this game starts to get out of hand, and it's really it's going to be tough just because of the item deficit that they're at.
Yeah, and, hang on. Could be a big fight over here in the red quadrant. Cube arrives with the hero's entrance. Beichuan is caught up by the Impale, but Feather buys so much time, and 1xN is free, hitting the front line. Can they get enough damage? Hoya has joined the fight as well. 1xN still pumping, finds the killer instinct right into the backline, flashing away from Taeyun, but he still falls to Karis on the Azir. And now Satab is isolated from the rest of his squad. WE carries able to pull through in the fall of their front line.
That was such a close fight. All of the damage is located in the Ezreal and the Azir. Kind of have like a crab comp right now, right? Where you have all this armor, all this exterior that's able to protect you, but the insides are what are important. Just being able to take down the DPS carries. DT are not able to do that, and it means that more turrets are going to fall. These are more waves that they're going to lose, and obviously the kills themselves give gold and experience. Let's take a look at this replay. Another play set up around having the blast cone, but all of this goes into the tanks, right? Like from Feather finally is able to kind of get with multiple members of the quickness, but very little damage is being done to Taeyun. All of this has been put into the front line of WE, and that means that for TT, now they have to deal with the Reckoning.
And one thing we didn't get a chance to mention about these two compositions here before, especially before this fight, it's already a great adaptation from Monkey and a majority of the frontline members to just rush a bunch of magic resist, because all the mid-game damage that's spiking, hang on, Beichuan could be in trouble here. Doesn't have flash available, and Feather tries to stall as much time as possible. Good Crescent Guard usage keeps WE at bay, but that is a couple of ultimates already expended, and with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, they're not going to have it available for that fight.
They're never going to be able to contest for these. I don't know what Thunder Talk is doing. Maybe feeling desperate in this game, feeling it start to slip away from them. They have Azir. They're not going to even care about the Dragon. Just start up this Otacon. Kars is even going to be able to grab a tier 1 and the teleport from Satab? Sure. Yeah. Why not?
I mean, Satab and the rest of Thunder Talk very desperate to try and force some fights here on WE, but they can't get in. They don't have control of any of these river entrances here. There is a control ward, but the rest of WE just holding their ground here. Weaver's Wall will cut off Karis from the rest of the squad. Feather goes in, grand entrance right on top. That's a massive equalizer, but isn't really doing any damage. Not just to anyone, just only to Vampire, but he gets to walk away for free. They lose Hoya in the trade as well as Feather, so now it's a 3v5. Karis is able to finish off the Otacon, and now the rest of Thunder Talk have to scramble or at least pick up some res spawns here. Karis limping away, still has a tier 1 tower to safely escape to.
Oh no! Okay, I thought he was TPing out. No, it's just Cube.
It definitely looked that way. But thankfully, for WE's case, it was just Karis recalling and Cube now trying to force them off the fight here. The Dragon, wait, does he? Oh, he doesn't have Smite! He doesn't have Smite! Okay, Thunder Talk secure the Dragon for themselves, but now Karis is able to rejoin thanks to his own TP, and they are just using Otacon respawns to at least... I don't know why we went mid lane there, but you know what? Thunder Talk get the damage done. They're able to survive the teleports, and Monkey, even though he's a big Skarner, he's not going to be able to find any more stragglers here.
A lot used there by WE. Their teleport's really important to have in this game. I think just trying to contest for that Dragon, even if Beichuan had Smite, why are we going for that play? They actually delay them. This will be the Baron now going over to Team WE. So willing to trade some of their early sums because they have the Otacon. I'm sorry for not knowing game on that one. A very good find there for Team WE as they start this up. And Beichuan has 5 seconds before he's even able to respawn and get out onto the map.
Hoya would have to be a pretty damn good equalizer right into the pit, but they're able to sidestep it, still burning down the Baron. Monkey should have the smite cleanly executed there. Feather trying to keep them in the pit. Seismic shove right onto the front line, but they just don't do enough damage to all the magic resist stacking tanks here on the side of WE. Hoya isolated once again, and Taeyun clears him easily. The Impale finds the rest of the members of Thunder Talk just for Karis and Taeyun to gun them down.
They have Baron. How much can they grab of this? It's 30 seconds before multiple members of Thunder Talk are up. It'll just be Feather by himself. Baron, Ezreal plus A and Azir. They've got Demolish proc, so they'll take one. At most, this is going to be an inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to quite go for the end on this one.
20 seconds, just under that timer for Thunder Talk to respawn on the map. And I think the call is correct here. WE get the mid inhibitor of the base, and it's enough here because now they put themselves at a 9,000 gold advantage. One of the largest ones I've ever seen from Team WE in one of the games here in the LPL, and the way that they've been able to find this position has been so impressive. It's not just Taeyun 1v9ing. It's not just Karis stepping up. It is everybody on the side of Team WE putting in the work.
I mean, this equalizer, unfortunately, does absolutely nothing. It forces them into the pit, yes, but where is the damage from this team? Why is Hoya not forcing the issue? Why are we not getting a snappier engage from Feather? Team WE are just playing their composition really, really well. I want to specifically shout out again this mid-jungle, Monkey and Vampire. Monkey coming in for Tianjin after this roster in Split 1 was not able to find very many wins. Feels like after a pretty tough learning curve, we get back to live. Beichuan has to use his flash. He's still caught.
It's not going to matter for him. The chase down is too good from Team WE. And now without a jungler here from Thunder Talk, they're going to be down to a 4v5. Karis already using the Baron buff to push through the bottom side of the map to at least guarantee the setup for another inhibitor tower to fall. Monkey taking position forward because he is just so damn durable. Look at this. Kanik Rooker already completed.
Yep.
Empowered Merc Treads as well, thanks to the tier 3 boots from the Feats of Strength completed by Team WE. No one can really kill this Skarner reliably.
Hopefully it's going to be 1xN. He's got 3 items, and now they're hitting on the base. 20 seconds, so this is the last wave that we will see with Baron. But WE, they want to make a play. They want to end.
Hoya getting tagged here, forced to flash away. Vampires in. Feather just gets deleted, and now it's down to a 4v5 once again. Vampires chunked, but Monkey can sustain the fight as the front line, taking up as much damage as possible. The cannon empowered minions being able to siege through the Nexus Tower first falls. Looking for the next one. Baron buff has expired. A flash from Vampire to land another engage, but really good crescent guard by Beichuan. Punts them all back. Emperor's Divide flash by 1xN. Wait a minute, Thunder Talk. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to make this a fight to the very bitter end. Taeyun trying to delete as many members as possible. Thunder Talk now down to the last legs, but they're still alive.
So they'll grab a Dragon. They'll be able to defend themselves. Sloppy end there from WE, feeling a little rushed in their execution. Still up 7,500 gold. Have to imagine that they're still going to be comfortable in this game. But we'll be able to get a lot in their favor. What else can they do here? I mean, Cube is here to reinforce the mid lane. So I don't think they're going to be able to grab this turret, at least for right now. Unless they decide to really overforce for it. Checking this replay again. This was such an amazing crescent guard from Beichuan. If he doesn't land this, he's not able to push them out. Also a fantastic dodge from 1xN. Now those are good summoners now gone from the side of Team WE. There's no flash on either Karis or Taeyun. I think they're still a little too fed to get immediately bursted out, but I mean, we talked about Thunder Talk having a really strong pick composition, and that is still on the cards for them. Just, I mean, if you have to get both of them, and that's the issue here. There's no way that Karis and Taeyun are standing on top of each other for that kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, and while Team WE were ahead of the item curve for a significant amount of the game, ThunderTalk AP carries now starting to build into that Void Staff. And once that is completed, Satab and Hoya are going to have an easier time to actually melt through these tanks, ensure that 1xN is not having to do all the heavy lifting by himself. Once he was able to at least just solo out a tank by himself without any threat from Karis or Taeyun, he was getting a decent amount of damage in, being able to shred through. It takes isolated skirmishes, being able to break apart the 5-man that WE have.
Right, we're gonna try again. We've got Baron in a minute, even if they don't succeed on this next push. 2 mini waves about to crash. This bottom lane has 2 super minions in it, and it's an open nexus. Come on,
that's
guys.
a lot of damage on the Feather already. Good equalizer by Hoya, forcing Taeyun to Arcane Shift away, but a good impale finds Beichuan, immediately blinks out Feather, and that should be the game. 1xN gonna try his damnedest to survive the front line, the onslaught, the CC, the flash away from Monkey, but the rest of WE can just focus down the Nexus, and WE come away with game 1.
There it is. They've been able to take games, but not end out series here in Split 2. Still 0-6. From start to finish, a WE game, right? Like, ThunderTalk made mistake after mistake. Their bottom lane was getting kind of crushed. And, I mean, Vampire, Monkey, what else can we say? Like, they had really important jobs in this game number 1, having to find engagements onto low mobility targets. And despite it all, Monkey, man, he was creative. He was, being a little bit of an annoying little rat in the jungle, but he got it done, and he was really disruptive to what ThunderTalk wanted to do, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to some of those mid-game fights and decision-making from ThunderTalk Gaming, where they were trying to contest for objectives without having the proper setup necessary. We still go back to whether it was the second dragon or the third dragon. I want to say it was the second dragon, where they had 3 members trying to fight their way into the river, but it was a fast collapse from Team WE and no quick enough response from TT's support and top laner. But by the time that they are starting to roam over, the fight's already over, and yet ThunderTalk are trying to scramble to, salvage the play. And sometimes you just have to cut your losses and just accept, hey, you know what? Let's save some spells. Let's save some ultimate cooldowns. Let's just get ready for the next play, instead of, losing more, just trying to prevent a bad play from happening when it's already too late.
And so many champions now. I'm already kind of thinking about game 2, thinking about Fearless right here. Obviously, Rumble being taken away is nice, but I'm really worried for Satab's champion pool, because that is now 3 champions out immediately. Galio, Azir, and this Talia. So he's going to have to fall back on Yone, some combination of Yone, Ryze, or Ahri. Otherwise, there's a real possibility that WE just have completely pinched the pool within 2 games, because Satab, as a mid laner so far, has looked really flashy on Yone and these different champions, but he gets lost on the map a little bit too often. We see weaknesses from the laning phase, so it's not even like he's smashing every lane, and that becomes very worrisome when I think Beichuan already is having to do a lot of heavy lifting so that they can get to these mid games without that much of a deficit.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if it was a result of, Satab's early game here. It just seemed like the team wasn't properly set up for these objective fights, and which is a shame, because something that we had credited ThunderTalk in the past, especially in Split 1, yes, lane swaps aside, when they got to the mid game, when they had a solid advantage for themselves, it seemed like they were well coordinated at that. They were able to find proper fights on their own, and we definitely saw instances of that. But overall, WE were just playing the team fighting game much better than they were, and just insanely surprising to see, ThunderTalk take some of these fights that were clearly not optimized for them.
Mm-hmm. It's tough. ThunderTalk have just been a team that is hard to root for after Split 1. Like, I know we were all very hyped. They beat BLG. We were like, oh, they're going to do well in playoffs maybe. Like, there's a way for them to kind of fight through. Maybe they do a lower bracket run, but they get smashed really quickly. They play against BLG again and then get completely served on a platter. We even got to see the matchup again, and BLG still took it there. It just feels like ThunderTalk really coming back down to earth. And I think that's the more important part of like, hey, we had some high expectations, they didn't perform, and so now we get to return to reality where ThunderTalk are a bottom of the pack team. They're lucky to be here in Group Ascend, and they're really going to be in the same level as like a Team WE or an FPX, where they aren't expected to do very well in this group and are looking to learn as maybe even try to fight their way into playoffs against some Group Nirvana teams.
Yeah. And even for, FPX's sake, we already talked about the fact that they're actually coming away with series wins against, middle of the pack teams and being able to take games off of the top teams. Similar, not the same as WE, since WE were able to find game wins off of BLG, AL, and Top Esports. Now WE are one game away from finding their first series win of the split, baby.
Said that before.
We'll see if ThunderTalk can lock themselves back in going into game 2. But we still have an MVP graphic to wait on before we, toss it the break. So while we are still chilling, Alec, just still, once again, in terms of laning phase, I'm not going to really comment on Karis there, but for a majority of the game, the way that he was set up alongside the rest of the squad here, yeah, just, props to WE for, as a whole, everyone stepping up. We already talked multiple times seeing WE on broadcast that Taeyun does feel like he is alone in, trying to do the heavy lifting for the squad, but this one was definitely a full team effort here.
All right, when we look at MVPs, I feel bad for 1XN because this is a certain moment where we would have given him MVP if they actually won this game.
Yeah.
But I really do believe that it has to be Karis here. Either Karis or Taeyun. They did such an excellent... Honestly, do I believe that last part? Do I actually believe that in my heart of hearts? This could be a Vampire MVP. He played really well this game. We have to be honest. That's why when we're kind of hard on him,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it really could go to a number of people because it's just based on, prior results, them stepping up. It could look like standard gameplay from our top teams, but for Team WE, it's a massive improvement in showing. And, whether the opponent is, ThunderTalk Gaming or someone else, it does not disregard the fact that this is a much better showing from Team WE on average.
Yeah. I mean, when they have looked good is when they won. Okay, we give it to Karis. Okay. I was a little worried about the Taeyun one, but Karis or Vampire could have earned it. And again, congratulations to them. Again, they are one game away from being able to close out, but we've said that before in recent history. So we'll see if ThunderTalk got any fight in them.
That's right. When we come back from break, it is going to be game 2 between Team WE and ThunderTalk on your screen. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2, and because it is game number 2 of our second series, you know what time it is. It is Moba Trainer time. Throw that up. Let's see what we got in store.
Okay, we're gonna get to use our teleport again. So we've got Ari in the mid lane this time. So it's Caps and Skumon playing together versus Broken Blade and Fleshy. Okay. So getting a little bit. I'm assuming it's gonna be what should Ari do? Go mid without TP. It's 10 minutes. I think we should just go mid without TP. I don't think we need TP.
Sure. Oh!
You'll miss the chance to get mid crowd and open up a roam opportunity, but the wave's gonna be even. Okay, let's see. So get TP mid. We'll clear out this wave.
Is it gonna like look bot
Nope.
afterwards?
All right, cool. It doesn't even. All right, doesn't tell. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Well, that's one of the many puzzles you can do here. Again, if you want to improve your game knowledge, you can kind of select puzzles and help. They obviously scale with difficulty. We're now going to show one of the other parts of the build, which is mechanical training. We're going to have our observer Ellie on however much pain she's dealing with. This is one where she has to dodge skill shots, as well as you can use, if you press Q towards a target, you'll throw out a projectile and you have to try to kill the target.
-1, -2.
Okay, yeah, that's your flash, gives you a blink. And you want to pick up these little shards. These little shards give you bonus points, and I think they help you complete the round. I actually haven't gotten all 3 shards in one run.
Let's go, Ellie. Let's go, Ellie. Let's go.
Well, Ellie's kind of getting walked right now. Okay, we're on a kill streak.
Okay. Come on, Ellie. You gotta do the walk.
Oh!
You got this.
Oh!
Put those Splatoon mechanics to use. Oh!
No. Okay. Oh, we're right below Enatron. Okay. No. That was your first time playing. You gotta try again. Do you have draft or no? Yeah, one more. Okay. Yes. Do not show the leaderboard. Correct. Oh my God! The Blitzcrank just flashed at you like a maniac.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Now take down the Shy Nidalee. Get him. That guy's old. Get him. Ah! Okay, the boots up there in the top right give you bonus movement speed. If you want, and then this is just Syndra, so she has a delayed projectile. Spawn. Wait. Ooh.
I just realized this is an Ezreal.
Yes, this is Ezreal. That's Blitzcrank.
Oh, that's Blitzcrank. Oh,
it's legally distinct
so
Blitzcrank and Thresh. Okay, we're at 0.5. We've got 1 life left. We can get hit by 1 more hook. Woo! Oh, the fly! Oh! Okay, well, you know, Ellie, I respect that. Well, again, if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds go to benefit both Moba Trainer designers as well as us here on the broadcast and start leveling up your gameplay today.
You know what? For what it's worth, to my knowledge, Ellie does not play League, and that was a solid display of mechanics. You know, and for someone that has never played League before, you know, I'm trying to figure out what other titles that Ellie has played in the past before that.
She's a high elo Genshin Impact player. Okay?
Oh.
I can just spread misinformation. It's free.
I don't know if that's true, but I just heard a giant what from our producer. Wrong tip. I do not. Here you
go. She's writing it out. She's communicating from beyond the ether. Yeah.
Okay. Console stuff. So, not technically a mouse keyboard player is the big takeaway we're getting. So, are you saying if we plugged in a controller for you, you would fare better on the skill shot accuracy?
All right. Fair play. Fair enough. Okay. Well, aside from our producer Ellie, unfortunately, not having the skills to help out with mechanical training. Maybe not yet. Maybe if we do, if she does a couple more shows, she'll do the Moba Trainer segment. She'll get a little bit more used to it, maybe that kind of thing. But when we are looking forward into the series, obviously we're still waiting for draft. Exactly, you're scaling. ThunderTalk need to fix a lot of work here coming into this. Just not being on the same page. They have shown a bit of resiliency in some of their series, but I think just being on the cusp, having to 2-0 here if they want a chance to keep their streak alive is very dangerous, especially when WE seems like they're finally turning the corner.
As you said before, Team WE are no strangers to winning a single game in some of these series here. They have been able to do so against some of the best teams in the league so far. However, the question comes down to, can they go the distance? Can they complete the series cleanly and get their first series dub in the Group Ascend standings? Now, ThunderTalk, I want to go back to if and how much better they can play around 1xN this time around, because the composition that they have for themselves, I think WE made really strong adaptations in itemizing a lot of early magic resist, since a lot of the mid-game damage was mainly from Satab and Hoya, which were both magic damage carries, and it didn't seem like ThunderTalk were able to get that much. It wasn't until 1xN scaled into the late game on the Kaisa that maybe there was a chance, but they were so behind in gold that it didn't matter. So maybe this time around, instead of opting in for a late game carry for 1xN, does ThunderTalk prioritize something that hits a little harder earlier in the game?
Were you asking for like a Jarvan? Like maybe a Poppy? I don't know.
No, like a
Poppy has.
I mean, it's something in the same veins as Misfortune, right? That's something that you can spike on the first item.
1xN has not been a decent, like the most we're probably going to get from is an Ashe. He doesn't really shown to be like a Draven or a Caitlyn player so far, so would be a pretty good excitement, like
Varus
a
is open.
Interesting throne. Yeah, Varus is up and available. Still have Misfortune that can kind of deal with him in lane, or you can try to go for that. Maybe they go with a Misfortune Nico, which has been a very popular pairing here, as TT elect to ban both the Fury and Vi. So definitely going to be moving down the tier list when it comes to junglers here. All right, Varus.
Oh, we got baited. All right, it's Sejuani for Beichuan.
Hoya just looked over like, yeah, I guess we're just first picking Sejuani here for Beichuan.
they
There's
probably
no
were thinking
Yone
like,
to pair with it either, so I'm a little confused. Are we going for like full melee setups in the solo lanes?
what can Satab go to that's not Yone? Would he be looking
Yasuo.
at like
So he's played
Silas?
Yasuo.
True.
Mbessa is up and available. Silas is something that like you were just noting, but I don't know if quite yet the draft is quite Silasable. It's only a Varus for right now, but said they're gonna go for the Nico. Okay, they want to try to have some lane priority, and there's only Leona and Relgon. You still have the Nautilus. You still have the Alistar up and available. Feels a little weird to preemptively go for this, but W want to smash bottom lane.
Early initiations and pick potential is high with the Chain of Corruptions and Pop Blossom between Taeyun and Vampire. Now ThunderTalk have a chance to just completely lock down their bot lane of choice, but they're going to let that actually go through in the hands of the second round of picks and bans. ThunderTalk opting to secure their top laner of choice, Renekton for Hoya. Still thinking about something for Satab in the mid lane. If it is Victor, it wouldn't really pair well with the Sejuani for that permafrost stacking, but I guess it's a control mage option for the ThunderTalk squad.
I think that this is fine for what WE are showing. You are a little outranged, and when you talk about just wanting to play through the lanes, you look at what ThunderTalk have. Victor's a very strong mage in the laning phase with his Q and his E. I mean, Renekton Sejuani is always going to be able to grant you whatever priority in terms of either skirmishing potential or even looking for grubs. I think this is fine for right now, but AD carries are going to start to get pinched here, and we already have two of them gone, especially the Ezreal and Kaisa, big takeaways from 1xN, and now the Ashe band as well. This might end up being another Jinx game coming in for 1xN and ThunderTalk.
Is this the composition to set up for it? I mean, at least you have, you know, a solid frontline tank from the jungle with Beichuan on Sejuani. Renekton, not necessarily a super reliable frontliner the later the game goes on compared to something like an Ornn, who's going to provide a little bit beefier of a body to stand behind for the likes of Varus as well as really incredibly strong initiation with Call of the Forge God, and they're denying those picks away that could set up even more initiation, more protection. They sniff out the possibility of a hyper carry coming in by just banning away the Lulu outright. If you still wanted to go for a hyper carry plus enchanter support, what are you looking at? Like Melio support? You're looking at Karma support? Question mark?
I mean, Karma's more realistic in this case. So, I mean, from Thunder Talk, they're building out a front line. You were talking about Renekton not necessarily having as much tank stats, but I think when he has access to things like Asterix and potentially a Sundered Sky, he actually gets a lot of HP from his Dominus. So that alongside the Sejuani could be very difficult. Seems like Thunder Talk, from the side of WE, they want massive control of space. I mean, Ornn gets to cheat you that. Even this Nico gets to do that as well. So Thunder Talk, what are exactly they going to go for in the bottom lane position? Corki would give them early skirmishing. Jin's a reliable laner, but does tend to struggle against an Ornn and an Orianna, potentially setting up on him.
That's my big concern if they go for the Jin, because then you are basically putting the responsibility of tank burning into Satab's hands. You know, at least he can, you know, optimize for something like a Liandra's Torment on this Victor, and he'll be able to deal with the Ornn. And it's not like Jin late game will be able to deal with tanks. It's just that mid game gets to be very difficult when you don't have access to a Last Whisper item. You're just relying on pure burst. And the hover from WE, gonna wait until it's locked in. Oh my gosh, I really love this. You have two carries on the side of Thunder Talk. Without Flash, they have no way to escape a Cataclysm.
Yeah. The Bard, though, you know, I always have to call this out. Two mobile carries on the same side. We're talking about WE. If they don't have Flash, Bard ultimate is a death sentence alongside Sejuani ult and the like. So there's a lot of setup here. I think summoner spells are going to be at a premium this game, and that means that our junglers need to be very proactive. We need to see how they're interacting with their lanes, setting up for around objectives. WE are not going to be able to get much in the early game just by way of having this Ornn on your team, so either their bot lane is going to have to pull a lot of weight, or we're going to have to see Thunder Talk putting early priority on some of these objectives and making sure that they're staying consistent to snatch them up and give them some kind of scaling in this game.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Thunder Talk are, even though they have late game insurance policy in the Victor, they feel like a beatdown composition. And if they do not get that massive gold lead, that massive objective lead before the rest of this composition starts really coming into its own for the side of WE, and those engages and the initiations they have plenty in supply are available, I'm very concerned and very afraid for Thunder Talk's carries. Whereas Team WE, as you called out, you have early bridge and agency from the bot lane, and if Taeyun and Vampire are able to perform the way they did in game one, I think WE fans are very hopeful and picking up their first series win of the split.
Yeah. Thunder Talk are no slouches. If this game does go late, I mean, personally, I just like what their team composition is able to do. I think Team WE is a little too one note, but we'll see how they execute. Again, Victor should be able to get a lot done. Satab's able to be covered here in the laning phase thanks to playing Victor. And with this Jin, you always have to think, what happens if you get multiple items? Going into game number 2 here in the home arena, Xi'an for WE, as they are on the cusp of potentially taking a 2-0, or is Thunder Talk going to provide us an upset there and send us all the way to game 3?
That's twice now the Pip has shown one specific person in the crowd. I wonder if she is like a famous influencer or someone really well known within the community for the LPL, or maybe just in general over in China, because big focus there from the cameraman. Anyway, going back into second game, 1 minute on the board already. We get a chance to look at the keystones here. Not any really aggressive moves from the side of WE in terms of getting vision down. They place one by the Raptor camp, mirrored for the side of Thunder Talk being able to sneak one in on the Raptor camp of Team WE. And Beichuan actually avoids the ward. He's going to start up on his red buff. I'm curious to see if he's going to try and do something cheeky and avoid the Raptor camp altogether in that first minute while the ward is spawned, or if he's just going to continue to do a full clear.
Could be possible. We'll take a look. Bot lane's already starting to get off to a pretty fun start with these two. Expect that Taeyun and this team should be, and Vampire should be able to get early damage down, just how their two champions interact. But can expect with 4-shot plus a stun potentially here for Feather could open up some gameplay. Monkey is going to finish his Krugs. The ward shouldn't have expired quite yet, so let's see if he's able to dodge out on vision. Shouldn't have been seen. There we go. Okay, so he stepped out of the brush. He's going to get spotted there.
Meanwhile, back on the bot side, both 1xN and Vampire have taken a lot of damage in these early trades. I think it definitely benefits the side of Team WE, though, since Taeyun is still very healthy. And as long as he's able to stay in the lane, should be able to... Oh, Vampire taking a lot of damage here from the last Deadly Flourish trade. Immediately forced to pop the heal just to get enough distance and run away. I think it was exchanged from a heal from Feather as well.
Okay. Well, Monkey did get spotted on Raptors. Bitchwan should have also been spotted because there was 2 wards placed near his Raptors as well.
Yeah.
He's going to go for 4 camps into bot lane gank. Okay.
But
we're doing this. 1xN, don't step up to the wall.
Oh, 1xN stepping up to the one spot that Monkey could flag and drag over. Just not respecting an earlier timer from WE's jungler. Are they going to look for 2 kills? Unfortunately, not going to be the case, but it's still first blood going in the hands of WE.
And a massive win with getting all of those summoner spells out, as well as the kill. It does go over to Nico, which isn't great, but Monkey is going to be more than happy with the result. Gets himself a bottom side scuttle, can take his blue buff, even look mid with Sitab now currently pressuring Karis. There's going to be a ward there that does spot him, but buys some momentary relief for his mid laner as WE come out swinging in this game number 2, and a good punish onto TT's bot lane.
And you know, I would also be very much in the same wavelength that support first blood, not ideal, but at least for the sake of Vampire, he's playing Nico, so he gets to rush the Proto Belt slightly faster with an accelerated amplifying tome. Maybe that opens up a window for WE to find some earlier windows to get those extended range on the Pop Blossoms. We're still about a minute and 45 seconds away from the first grub spawning, which is where a lot of these teams tend to focus their next big objective play so far.
Oh my god. Monkey.
Dude, Monkey, this
you are a little rat for this. He doesn't get spotted. Oh my god, they're going to go for this.
This is so good. Yeah, 1xN doesn't have flash. H1 is not going to get here in time. Looks for Feather this time. Burns the flash. And 1xN at least is safely from danger this time around. But, okay, you know what?
We got the flash from Feather. We got the flash from Feather. That's all that matters. Okay. Well, well, Vampire's dead. All right, say goodbye, everyone.
H1 able to get one back for the side of Thunder Talk Gaming, baby, and 1xN is the recipient of the kill gold. Okay, nice. Should open up, you know, a little bit of time here for their bot lane to get a push. I'm assuming they're going to go for a recall, look to pressure. Karis doesn't have very much damage. Oh, gets the flash. That does mean that Monkey can revisit this lane now. Whoever decides to walk into mid lane, that's potential find onto Sitab. And Sitab will not have the flash, but will have his ultimate, so can have a little bit of damage they can look to trade onto his opponent. This is a really good setup from Karis now, because as soon as you hit level 6, you have Shockwave that can pull in the Victor to make it easier for the Jarvan set up the gank. Monkey should be able to hit level 6 before the flash comes back up from Sitab as well. So anytime that he wants to actually step up the wave, he's gonna have to call on Beichuan or Feather to make sure that they're hovering and that he doesn't get ganked for it.
Yeah. They're preparing around mid. They really want to put pressure onto this dragon, recognizing that even though they are the team with double range bot lane as well as having multiple range carries, well, maybe they just kill Feather with the ultimate though.
Whoa! He just dinged level 4, but because he was level 3, he took so much damage. Sitab now trying to equalize it back with the Chaos Storm, but Vampire's able to walk away! He has enough movement speed thanks to the heal, and now WE extend the leaderboard kills to 2.
That's an amazing find there. Just being able to grab Feather also means that Taeyun now has to, at the very least, feign like he's recalling, buy time. And now they're actually a little desynced between the two of them. Feather might make another visit into the mid lane just to clear his bottom side jungle and make sure that there is no vision and can protect the camps of his jungler. But a good find onto onto Feather after roaming mid. I mean, WE, they have played really well around the fact that they can kind of make these explosive picks through Fog of War. And while it wasn't onto Satab, Monkey's going to hit level 6 soon. I have to imagine that once his ultimate's back up from Karis, maybe there's another look here.
Yeah. Once Shockwave is back up, they should have enough burst damage to all in onto Satab anytime that he is overextended in the mid lane. Vampire already taking measures to prepare for such a gank and maneuver by putting a control ward down and completely nullifying any vision that was in that line brush. So now that Satab is going to have to lean extra heavy on the left side. But I think if I'm not mistaken, there's already control ward set up on the other line brush as well. So there is no safe vision for Satab on any sides of the river here. He is pretty much stuck behind this wall.
Yeah. He's getting a little bit of reinforcements. He's like, okay, Bitchwan's sitting in Raptors. I can step up for my minion wave now, okay? Yep. Bard's like vaguely in the area, so I like this. And when you take a look back at the lanes, Renekton very, very minorly has an advantage. Something that is considered pretty negligible here. So, I mean, ThunderTalk are not too displeased. They got themselves the grubs like we were talking about from the draft. And while there isn't very much across the map happening, this does, I think, favor ThunderTalk for the time being. So my eyes are going to fall back onto these objectives. Grub spawning in 2, Dragon in 3. Are TT going to prioritize trying to get more of these grubs, or say, hey, we need to stop the stacking. If we can grab this next dragon, I think it puts a pretty big spanner in the works of WE.
Again, oh no, Satab is in trouble. Cataclysm into the Shockwave. A couple more auto attacks. Monkey's trying to take it up, and he flashes away from the Glacial Prison out of Fog. WE make that dive so easy.
And Satab is now dead for another 20 seconds. Karis is not going to even bother to show up on this wave. Just recall, walk back mid. A good punish onto this Victor. Hey, didn't have flash. We said that we wanted to see it. That was a trade of 2 flashes, though, for one. Beichuan using his, so Monkey and Karis no longer have theirs. And that is something that they can punish with this Renekton or this Bard. But Bard is still pretty far away from that level 6, whereas Vampire getting very close to having Pop Blossom.
This now gives Karis a really, really nice lead in the mid lane. Gold, you know, a few hundred. Maybe not necessarily the end of the world for Satab on the Victor, but in terms of just overall pressure and experience, Karis should be able to hit level 9 first. Will help with the laning trades. Should be able to at least continue the pressure for being able to get Prio on the wave. But the fact that he lost his flash, having to get away from Beichuan's ultimate, does mean it did cost his summoner spell. He's already on the top side of the map. Still has teleport if he needs to use it for the upcoming fight. And ThunderTalk having rotated their bot lane over to mid so that Satab can safely lane back against Karis on the top side should give them a window to contest for the grubs.
You can see right now, Satab's actually just trying to bully him, just kind of walked him in between the brushes there. So you see them jockeying for position on this top side. Monkey is just now leaving base. So right now, it seems like we are just going to be clearing midway first and then moving out and playing to our sides of the map. And I think it's an important series, not just within the group when we're talking about Group Ascend and the teams that are around them in the standings, but aside from just the win, these two mid laners are really trying to prove themselves here in the LPL. Oh, good cleanse coming out from Taeyun, but him and Karis really need to step up and find their footing here in the LPL so that they can bring their teams to more wins, especially for both of these players who have not really been able to do much in the LCK. Okay,
exchange of ultimates. Yeah, Vampire, I guess, felt like he was forced to use the Pop Blossom to make sure that ThunderTalk could not extend the gauge, but the Glacial Prison had already gone wide, so it didn't really seem like anything real was going to happen there. But now, trade of ultimates. Beichuan starting up the grubs. Monkey trying to fight for his way in. Banana Brush in Fog. Here comes Karis, looming on down, completing the flank. Shockwave right on the 2, right into the Cataclysm at 1xN. Cannot leave. Did he flash into the wall? Because that is tragic. Vampire might be the next target, but as long as the Nico goes down and no one else, but Taeyun. Oh!
No way, no way!
Good piercing arrow empowered by the W cast is able to save his life, and WE just continuing to roll away with the game.
And that is a super unlucky play coming in. I mean, WE just get more kills into their back pocket. Taeyun surviving feels like the final nail, the final straw on the camel's back that breaks this game now for them. As it'll be 2 grubs. I mean, ThunderTalk get 4, but who else is hitting turrets? All of the plates are completely healthy here for Team WE. We get to track Karis in this fight, making it such a difficult spot. This is max range ultimate landing. Even without the Pop Blossom, WE are able to collapse, force out summoner spells, and Taeyun surviving here at the very last moment. It's Karis coming out of the Zonias or out of the Bard ultimate and giving him a shield, being able to give him the movement speed to get out. That is heartbreaking for ThunderTalk.
It's the fact that Beichuan used the ultimate in the mid lane. Karis has the confidence to literally walk up and down smash them with the shockwave. I mean, who else is going to stop him in the middle of that play? And I feel like the only thing that 1xN could have done was just flash the shockwave preemptively, but was trying to save it for the Cataclysm. And unfortunately for him, just into the wall he went. And now WE find themselves with, you know, I guess to their credit, only 4 grubs going over to the side of ThunderTalk, since they were able to get the first 3 and the first one off the rotation before the collapse happened. But 6 kills to 2, almost 3,000 gold ahead. This is a really nice position for WE's early game.
This is what they wanted to see, though, right? We said that, you know, as this game goes on, it might get a little harder for you to find something. They catch Taeyun. Can Vampire block, though?
He's got 2 clones, and he's stepping right
behind
Taeyun.
Stop moving! Stop moving!
Bullet! Okay, that was so tricky, but Vampire able to absorb the last curtain call bullet to make sure that Taeyun did not go down, since he was down flash and cleanse from the prior 2 fights.
Mark, they're going to go bot lane here. I mean, you saw the pings coming out. I mean, Karis has to be very careful here. He could have gotten potentially Jhin to come on down. They could use the ultimate as well. This is the part of getting mid priority that is so important for ThunderTalk, being able to move around the map, open up plays, and force summoners.
Is he just going to solo him?
Feather's just dead.
Dude,
I mean,
Monkey is so
it's a jungle versus
accelerated.
support.
Yeah. Level 10 versus what I believe is a level 6 Bard.
Ooh.
Yeah, Sunder Sky. And
what
now
are we doing?
Karis 1v1ing Satab. Don't tell me he just solos him right here and there. One more QW. Karis is having a pop-off series tonight, y'all.
He gets a hit on another wave. They'll potentially even look to take this turret. They have mid-priority as well. 2 picks immediately from Team WE. Open up the map for them so wide. As now, yeah, they're sending multiple members instead of ignoring mid. Now a play happening on the top side. It is Ornn versus 3. Bard is going to be looking to ult the turret, so if Cube knows any better, if he thinks his Bard is in the area, hug this turret. They decide not to go for it, and that's going to be the first turret going right to Team WE, which will mean feats of strength have been accomplished.
Yup. And being able to hit the first T1 off the map is so huge for creating pressure. Oh, good sidestep by Taeyun! He was down flash! And the cleanse cannot get you out of a tempered fate, but the fact he had the fancy feet to just maneuver out of that potential pick, just another salt rubbing in the wounds of ThunderTalk in the first 15 minutes.
Alright, guys. We have 4 grubs. We may have messed up some of these fights, but we've got 30 seconds before this Herald spawns. TT, you gotta lock in. You gotta do what you can. Find whatever solid ground and stand firm up against Team WE, because this next fight kind of feels like it's not going to blow open the entire thing, but a Herald for WE would mean that they can take the mid-tier one. That they can make it harder for 1xN or Setab to actually get farm. This means that the Dragon in 2 minutes time is also going to be something that potentially becomes very difficult for them to fight. So you see ThunderTalk already putting numbers in this area as Feather's coming back from base. Setab is already in the mid lane. They've moved these people preemptively. This should be their objective.
Monkey immediately going in on the Satab, just popping the Cataclysm, but he does not burn the flash until now, but Vampire can follow up with a blossom of his own. Cube is there. Call the Forge God gets the knock up, and Satab is gone. Here comes Hoya. Can he find a good flank? But who can his target be? Everyone from WE quickly reassembles and protects the positioning of their carries here. Now the rest of WE, Gonna gain vision control and priority of the mid wave, and they're back on the Rift Herald.
Okay, Hoya still has a flank here. There's still a Dominus available. They may have found this pick onto Vampire, but now Hoya's gonna get pinched. Can they slowly drag this out? This could be good for the side of Thundertalk.
Hoya is in trouble, forced to flash away from the Searing Charge. Monkey is now going to continue the chase onto the Crocodile. Taeyu and a Vampire right behind him, getting the double slice and dice. Nicely done by Hoya. Here comes the Tempered Fate right onto Karis. Can they land the CC on top of him? Cosmic.
That's enough.
Binding isn't enough. Karis is in trouble. Steps behind the curtain call. Finally dies to Satab, who resurrected from the grave and teleported in because the fight went on so damn long.
Just too much dancing around from WE. We said it in game 1. They did it around the base. They got aced. Now here around the Herald, it's only 2 down, but now they'll be able to get a little bit of gold back onto Satab. Get him, maybe even this top lane tier 1. And that should provide them with enough gold to now skate more closely into this game. They don't have to care about this bottom side dragon. That's a mistake coming in from WE, and one that TT are going to very much be thankful for, as it gave them a way back into this game.
Yeah, you know, Team WE, for their credit, they have been playing with fire, and they've been able to at least handle it very gracefully throughout a majority of this game, but that was one of those moments when they stayed a little too close to the heat of the play. Now, Thundertalk, 1xN did just lose his flash off the back of Taeyoon, and now that's an easy Cataclysm. Goes for the easy Q. Monkey drops the Cataclysm. Easy dunk for the side of Team WE.
Okay, that's not the mid-tier one. I thought maybe they're going to try to play more for this, but maybe afraid of Bichwan being in the area. Dragon was never taken here, so if WE really want to, you can kind of see that they're going to just start this. Varus will clear out the mid-wave. He'll move down. Bichwan and Hoya might have something to say about that if they really decide they want to try to contest. A lot of vision here, and 1xN will not be here for this fight, but Satab is moving. Coob already preemptively knowing he doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to hoof it all the way over. Oh!
The Glacier Prison goes wide once again, and WE are going to turn now to Hoya, who doesn't have a flash. The Shockwave pulls him right back in. WE guarantee the numbers advantage as they turn the focus back to the Dragon. And Thundertalk know that they cannot have a chance to contest. They're just going to look for the mid-tier 1 instead.
I like, they're not even going to get this turret, though. Ornn can just be used to clear out this entire wave.
And Feather's now in trouble. There's no flash. Look at how fast WE are able to move in between these plays and make these sequences flow so seamlessly. This is a whole new WE we're seeing on the Rift.
Mark, we got to get excited. WE are about to win their first series of split number 2. It might come up against Thundertalk, but better them than anybody else at this point.
Yeah.
WE have not been able to piece together wins so far recently.
It's only been the one few in between. A game 1 off of some of the top teams and just not being able to close out the series. But now they are in position to make that happen for the first time in the second split.
A win versus AL, but still losing the series. A win versus BLG, still end up losing the series. A win versus Top Esports that looked pretty good in game number 1 ends up in still a loss there. I was thinking, okay, it's fine. These are top-level teams. You're able to prove yourself there. Against Thundertalk, this was the part where it was going to be very easy, or at least comparable for them. Vampire.
Massive pop blossom sets up Taeyoon for a lot of damage onto Feather, forced out of the fight. Monkey locking in Satab, now flashing over the Baron Pit wall before that ball comes into play. Tempered Fate stops Karis in his tracks. The rest of WE are forced to the right side. Glacial Prison lands true right onto Taeyoon, but Monkey comes back in, stuns them up. The Shockwave buys time for Taeyoon to survive and finish off the front line, and Thundertalk are forced to retreat once again. The chase is on from WE's members, but they're not going to find any more.
Now with the teleport, let's just go towards this Otacon. Let's get the pings on going, brothers. Like, oh, Kars is just matching him. Okay, I mean, Kars, you don't have ultimate. You should be able to win this 1v1 if you're able to hit him. Okay.
He's got Rod of Ages and Seraphs. Does he win the 1v1 against Satab? He's got a level advantage. He's just buying time. Satab had already used the TP to try to get the wave in as fast as possible, and now he's routed off by Vampire on the left side. He's trying to navigate it as much as possible. It's taking a while. The blast cone is going to send him right into the waiting arms of Monkey, and poor Satab is just on the wrong side of the map here. Unless he can get another blast cone play, it just sends him back over. I guess Thundertalk's mid laner stalled a lot of time for the rest of his team to spawn back on the map, but at what cost?
I'm okay with that, though. Like, Zitab used both of his summoner spells, which, yes, is very problematic, but I think WE should not have cared about this mid-wave at all, and instead gone for the Otacon. They decide against it, and while they do grab themselves the kill, I do think, unfortunately, take a little bit of a stumble here as Kars gets his recall canceled. I'm going to be honest, though, Mark. 6,000 gold at 22 minutes, 15-4. This is the kind of early game we needed to see from WE, and they are performing so far. But they still need to close out. I hate saying this about this team right now, but the inability to close games has hampered them. So we need to see them cleanly, or at the very least, explode that Nexus so that we can confirm with ourselves that WE are going to win this game.
They're so close to being able to make it happen. A 6,000 gold advantage on Team WE's side. Concerns are totally valid, given what we have seen from the results of this squad in prior series. As Taeyun, actually it's Vampire, locked in, but he flashes away. Now Monkey decides to go in with a flag and drag, doesn't commit the Cataclysm. Chaos Storm, exhausted by Satab, will push the WE jungler out of the river. Beichuan trying to follow up, but doesn't have Glacial Prison anymore. Here comes the Ornn Horn. Called the Forge God, lands on the feather. Monkey is in, looking for the target. Pop Blossom will only hit on the right side of Hoya as he flashes in, tries to take out the AD carry, and Monkey still survives. He bought enough time on the other side of the fight from Thunder Talk, so they could not help Hoya get out alive.
They're going to run towards the Otacon here, and WE find another pick that opens up the map for them. I'm wrong. They hate this Otacon. They're taking it slow. They're taking it by the books. They don't want to play around this objective right now. It might be voracious, but it is not enough for them. 23 seconds before this dragon spawns. WE, they're going to set right back up. They have level 16 now on their Orianna. Let's take a look back at this fight. You're just getting ready into a chokehold here. Onto Feather. I mean, it's cool you're killing the Bard and whatnot, but this is the focus here just so they can slip Nico into the back line versus Hoya. I was going through the history books here, and the latest time that we actually had a winless team in the LPL was 2022 summer, and it was also Team WE. They went 0-16, 7-32 game record.
Wow.
WE are already trying to buck that trend. They do not want to be at the bottom of the table here in the LPL.
2 dragons to their name, starting up what could be their 3rd dragon. Secured here, Thunder Talk trying to make their way into the river. Beichuan, gotta be careful here. Karis is all by himself. He still has a flash available, just trying to wait out the permafrost before he commits a flash. But the rest of WE come in to bail out their mid laner. Curtain call, but it's a Pop Blossom from Vampire that buys up some space, and Karis is able to do away with Beichuan. Feather now in trouble. Tempered Fade ran into the backline, stall some time, but they've lost the front line. It's only on to Hoya to protect the rest of the backline, and Saints have a 1xn, but they're under fire. Shockwave doesn't really do anything, but a piercing arrow almost kills Satab and 1xn in the backline. They're able to limp away alive. But WE still come away with the fight dub.
A lot of things happened there, but a lot of them were positive for WE. They'll grab the dragon. Those were flashes being blown. And they're slowly inching towards the end of this game. It's taken them a while, and you can see that Thunder Talk are really making them sweat for it. Feels like every single fight, WE are a little cautious. They're saying, okay, we can find this one pick, but can we go for a little bit more? They stutter step, and that's where it's really starting to kill them here. As control over river was such a strong point for WE, but giving an opening, I mean, Beichuan is just way too far up here. I get that you're trying to hit Karis, but look at your backline. Yes, the curtain call's there, but there's too many people in front of you and your opponents. And your backline is just completely separated. So instead of this, like, okay, the Orianna ult missing happens, but my 80 carry flashing, not great.
Shockwave on the Beichuan, good blast cone, at least keeps Thunder Talk's jungler alive for now. Not the time for WE to immediately rip the Baron. There's still ultimates available from the side of Thunder Talk. Chaos Storm coming up in 1 second. Glacial Prison coming up in 5. Satab doesn't have flash from the last fight, and they spotted him on vision. Monkey wants to look for the collapse, but he cannot get in range just yet. And now WE have to take notice that Karis is under fire. Sidesteps the Tempered Fate easily, and now Thunder Talk, are they going to get collapsed on here? Beichuan already used the Glacial Prison, was not able to lock down Karis long enough, and he's on the wrong side of the tracks. The rest of Team WWE making the collapse now. The Portal Rider has got to get the hell out of there, trying to limp away through the top lane.
Karis,
it just might be available here. It's possible. Oh, Call of the Forge God being used, looking for 1xN. That's his flash gone. And now another target that could be for the Pop Blossom.
He finds it!
On the extended range. Cleanse used, but Monkey can sail in. Still has Cataclysm available, looking for the perfect opportunity to use it now. WE still continuing the chase on the Thunder Talk now. Satab buys some space, using the gravity field. Monkey on the right side. Hoya popping the Dominus. A lot of ultimates being used right now by the side of Thunder Talk, but the rest of WE can hold the grounds here in the River of the Baron.
So much missing from WE though, and in Overforce again. Guys just start up an objective now. They're starting to steal blue buff away. It's going to be still taken there by Thunder Talk. WE, they're just floundering on a lot of these plays. They're going to finally go for the Otacon, and that'll be the Ruinous Otacon going over to them, so they will get increased rewards from these dragons. They'll get a ton of blood petals. Very messy game here, Mark. I think you could start to feel some of that weight on WE. They do not want to go winless. They do not want to throw this game. So they're trying for every last advantage they can get here. And it's just, some of it is just not connecting.
Karis, locked in by the Tempered Fate. Glacial Prison. The timing is not there. It's too early. The Shockwave is going to pull Hoya and Beichuan in. The Sejuani now in for the hell of a ride of its lifetime. Beichuan cannot get out. The Arctic Assault into the wall. Doomsday and tragedy for Thunder Talk jungler. Hoya isolated once again. And it's just up to Satab and 1xN to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat. A miracle, but it's going to be so hard because they're nearly 9,000 gold down. A curtain call looking for the frontline members, but Monkey and Cube are so tanky, they can just use the Call of the Forge God, looking right back on the feather. The board falls. WE are peeled off the Baron for now, but they can always return.
They're going to go straight back to it, and it'll be Satab and 1xN to put the defense on for Thunder Talk. No curtain call. An Arcane Storm, though, available here for Satab as Vampire goes fishing.
Finds 1xN, and that's the pick they need. No summoner spells available for the Jhin. Cleanse and Flash were already exhausted in prior fights, and now it's up to Satab. But no Chaos Storm available. This Baron is easy to secure for the side of Team WE, finding themselves at 11,000 gold ahead of Thunder Talk. They are one fight away from finding their first series win of the split.
And guess what? We got 45 seconds before Chemtech Soul has arrived. They've got gold leads, they've got Ornn items, and they've got Baron. There is everything in Team WE's inventory required to blow up. Thunder Talk have looked lost, they have looked uncomposed and disheveled in both of these games, and are about to lose to the team with 0 series wins all year long.
WE didn't find a single series win in Split 1. The only way that they were able to find series wins was through the qualifier stage, being able to at least get themselves into Group Ascend. It has been a struggle. It has been such a hard-fought battle to stay afloat and relevant amongst all the teams here in Group Ascend. And even though they've been able to find game wins off the top of teams like Top Esports and anyone's Legend of BLG, their inability to close the series off the strength and momentum that they were able to find with those games has plagued them. But now they are on the cusp of being able to remove that blemish in their record.
And think about off of who this performance is coming from. Karis,
TP?
individually, Monkey, and Vampire. We're getting the last TP. Hoya's already popped the Dominus.
Tempered Fade right onto Karis. Can they hold the line here? Vampire positions his Pop Blossom for the Renekton. Karis still under fire, but Hoya cannot do enough. He's forced to slice and dice back through the front line. Hoya is taken out of the fight. Curtain Call now going to fish for Cube. He doesn't have a teleport to rejoin the fight, but the rest of the Baron Buff members from Team WE can continue to push in through the base.
Monkey!
Flashes in, Cataclysm, dunks, feathers, board, and now Thunder Talk members are down to 3.
Okay, one last push. Vampire hiding as a minion yet again. They're going to get cheeky with it. It's an ultimate that doesn't land. They're going to continue to fish. Guys, you got to be careful. You don't have that much HP available. They'll at least grab the inhibitor, and they'll get back out from the base. That was Chemtech Soul. That was teleports from Hoya, as well as 2 kills. WE are on top of this game, 11,000 gold up.
And even with this massive gold lead, you can tell how much it means to no.
No!
Like why now? Why now?
All right. I think okay, it's Vampire. Something happened with Vampire.
Okay. Continuing my train of thought. You can tell that not just in this fight, but the fight before in the Otacon, even when Team WE seemed like they had windows to punish, they have been trying to play so carefully, even extra carefully than I would have probably imagined them compared to the times they have played before, because they are it's so important for them to be able to close out this series as cleanly as possible. And I think the nerves are starting to get to them, because a team with this massive of a gold lead, I feel like shouldn't be struggling to find some of these ultimates here, but you're seeing some hesitations, some whiffs on some shockwaves here, but it's okay, because Team WE still in a far ahead enough of a position that I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it is very telling though, and it just goes to deliver even more on the weight of this second game.
They sent us back into the pause screen. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why the feed did this. Just such exciting stuff when we look at Team WE. Okay, we're getting back into this. I want to just say, Monkey, who after a pretty miserable time on EDG gets to finally prove himself on the LPL stage again. Karas, who hasn't really had the best start here to LPL, and even just Vampire, who has just been, I think, for the last year ridiculed in the international community. And I know there's a lot of fun, you know, we're poking fun at him and Aragon and that kind of thing, but he has had a lot of great games now, back to back, and it feels like they are all finding their mojo. Is it perfect? No. Is it clean? Definitely not, but Team WE have finally come to play, and they've been taking games off. Now they're about to take their first series win here.
Yeah, even if some of these fights are not 100% accurate, the persistence is all I care about at this point. That WE's morale is not dropping for a second. The confidence is evident, it is clear, and they are trying to push this forward to close this series out. As Thunder Talk, down to the last legs here, it is an 11,000 gold deficit that they have to surmount and climb. It would be very damn impressive if they could make it happen. Very unlikely so, but it would have to be off the backs of Satab and 1xN being well protected by Thunder Talk's squad. We have not seen it happen this game yet. Team WE about to make one last push.
This is as good as it's going to get right here for Thunder Talk. 3-item Jhin, having the LDR and the Infinity Edge. 3 items on this Victor. If they can't make a defense, if they can't push back against 12,000 gold lead here, obviously they were never meant to win this game, as that's just another turret falling. They've got another mid wave coming on in. They've already got bot waves hitting the Nexus turrets. This is the last final pushes here for Thunder Talk.
Inhibitor 1 falls. Monkeys in onto Satab. Call of the Forge God lines up only onto Beich1. Satab getting ready to fall. Beich1 steps up. The Pop Blossom Flash. Able to find the backline here. The rest of Thunder Talk trying to hold on and continue maintaining the front line, but the Nexus towers are in the sights of WE. Monkey jumps forward once again to create space. Curtain Call looking for bullets on Taeyu, enforcing the cleanse and the flash. Monkey just pops the Cataclysm, keeps Satab locked up. Karis will find him. 1xN trying to do it all, but it won't happen. Where were you when Team WE picked up their first series win of the Rumble stage?
They have done it. There's always that question of always forgetting how to win, but they did it against Thunder Talk. And now, I mean, they have one more match before they move into second round robin. How much better does this team look now with having access to being able to practice against fellow Group Ascend teams? Taking that win against Thunder Talk also brings down Thunder Talk in the standings. It's not going to move them all that much. Team WE are still 10th in the league with that, but now they start to build for themselves a 2-0 victory here, taking multiple 3-game series now. What does this, how far is the ceiling for this Team WE roster? Can they make a run here and on the back end of the season potentially rise in the standings?
I'm gonna say probably not. You know, like we're gonna keep expectations somewhat realistic. I think it is fantastic that Team WE find a huge confidence booster and morale lifter in being able to pick up their first series win against a team that it's their best chances of winning a series overall. And because it's now a double round robin, the fact that their first encounter with ThunderTalk is an overall win, that sets you up to at least be favored to be able to do it again the next time you face them. But then you can work your way up from the bottom of the table. You know that ThunderTalk have been able to take off series the likes of Ninjas in Pajamas. Why can't Team WE do the same? They have been able to take games off of the top teams in the group. Why can't they do the same? Obviously, it is a lot easier said than done, and that's why, you know, keeping expectations measured and keeping hopes not all the way down, but, you know, not shooting all the way up. But I will not disrespect or discredit any WE fans who are gonna take to the streets after this and, you know, put all their stocks into WE after this. You know, if you want to do that, go ahead. I won't stop you.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. Just exciting stuff for them, and for ThunderTalk, still just giving more of the same from them. I think one of the issues that we have constantly seen is, while 1xN has been a bright performer, him and Feather are really reliant on, I think, on having strong lanes set up for themselves, and yet again, the solo laner's feeling a little flat this time. Hoya, in general, the way that he plays top lane, I think has a lot of flaws. He gives up a lot of gold, and even in carry positions, hasn't really... The only time we've really seen him carry is on Mbessa, and I'm going to give that more to the champion just having so much mobility and her ultimate. So, it kind of is going back to, I think the recipe here for ThunderTalk could work, but they really need to have a strong look in the mirror, and hey... These are the teams you're probably going to be battling for like 10th, 9th, and 8th when we talk about FPX and ThunderTalk and WE. But these are matches that are super important because they basically determine what seeding you're going to be getting going into the play-ins of playoffs, which is that single best of 5 to lock your spot into playoffs.
And even looking farther ahead than play-ins and playoffs, because my expectations don't have them, you know, making like this incredible run for playoffs. You know, like, we'll go ahead and clip this. If somehow Team WE make it like in the top 4, sure, you can use this clip and laugh at me, and I'll take it on the chin. But I think what is really good for Team WE is looking at this result and saying, we don't have to change up our roster for the rest of the season. We can reliably use this iteration and continue pushing for a stronger split 3 start, knowing that we can actually put up some results and wins with this roster consistently. It's not just about, you know, finding wins off of the top teams in the standings. It's about being able to cohesively complete an entire series run, because then you're able to work your way through the other bottom teams in throughout the rest of the split, and whatever results you get, I don't think there's any shame wherever Team WE ends up at this point, because now you can just look forward to at least having the benefit in the back of your mind saying split 3 can be ours to make a better run for.
Yeah, I'm really excited for what this team can prove. Yeah, I obviously would be very excited to see whether or not they actually can do it, but I think it obviously starts here, right? Like, if you can take 1 game off of AL, you probably can take 2. If you can take 1 game off of TS, you definitely can take like a couple. That team has been a roller coaster to watch so far this year. So
true.
It also just comes back to, like, this is a closer match in the standings. Obviously, this isn't like, you know, top of the standings for Group Ascend, but for this team and for both of these teams, I think it is kind of battling for your spot, and even going into split 3, because they're going to have some, you know, effect on placements there. Just having the opportunity to play for playoffs is something that's really crucial. Why do we have to see the highlight clip of him missing is this necessary, guys? Like,
come on, man. Kara's had some of his best games of the split. We don't got to make fun of the shockwaves miss.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens. He's leveled up. That's all that matters for the perspective of this squad. And I want to start talking MVP votes here, because obviously Kara stepped up a lot not just in game 2 and in game 1. But yeah, that's where my mind is. Monkey had nearly a flawless game on this Jarvan. He either found the engages every time he needed to on the timers that were down for the side of Thunder Talk, and even in the fights where WE wasn't necessarily synced up, Monkey throws his life forward and buys as much time as WE needs to before they're able to reposition.
I thought that Monkey, he had a tough job this game, right? Like, okay, every single fight I need to be marking the Jhin, I need to be getting on top of these carries. There's a Bard in the enemy team, so it's not even like guaranteed that your pick is going to be necessarily as useful. But I mean, he got stuff done, even the early game, right? Like level 3 creative pathing, same again. We talked about it in game 1. He was on the Skarner. He's actually forcing flashes from Setab with some unique angles with Skarner.
Yeah.
So I think Monkey has been really creative. Sometimes I think it comes to bite him, especially against some unorthodox plays. If they don't end up working out, I think he becomes a really big deficit there. But we're going to see who our MVP is.
Bam!
And there we go. 5 MVPs here. Again, they only have won so many games. I'm going to double check this real quick. Pretty sure they've only... So one of them has to have gone to... I know one of them went to Karis, obviously. They've won 5 games. Insane. Hello? We're just watching Jarvan highlights?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I wanted to let that moment sink in, you know? Considering that Monkey had to step in and basically help revitalize this team as much as possible, starting back in Split 1, where Tianjin was just not cutting it for WE. And off the strength of that one Viego carry game, we thought that, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe Monkey might have that dog in him. But then group stage, not the most convincing. Couple wins here, but we didn't feel like it was necessarily WE, you know, really, you know, performing up to the plate. More so the enemy team making a ton of mistakes. But man, this series alone, this game, Monkey, insanely huge on the Jarvan. I think this has been his best performance of the year so far. Such confidence, such control, such decisiveness. Congratulations to Monkey and Team WE. And Alk, that's it. Our broadcast is over.
Yes. I'm so happy today's a 4-0, man. I've never been so happy to see a 4. I had a group Nirvana game, and we had the bottom of group Ascend. You do not know how worried I was for 6 games today, okay? But happy that our teams could deliver, especially for giving us this. And, I mean, that's just another day of the LPL done. We got banger games tomorrow. Then we got more group Nirvana. We got NIP versus TES. Hopefully Doinby can kind of prove up again and kind of do something, please. It'd be really, I mean, they're slated to lose against TES, but TS have also been losing some real random games, so...
And you know what? It could be that NIP series where Top Esports drop another one. Who knows? Or maybe NIP get their shiz together just in time. But before we close out our show, y'all, we want to give a huge shout out and thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. It has been a blast being able to come back and get another cast in for the LPL, y'all. I personally won't be back on again for quite some time just because I've been a little busy, but I'm always happy to return and get some play-by-play in, see how the teams in the LPL are doing, and with, hopefully, Slayer coming back into the fold. He was sick for a bit, but I'm excited to hear my boy cast again. I've missed him, hearing his awesome calls here on the LPL unofficial English broadcast as well. Always a pleasure to cast with Alk in the booth as well. Get that alpha synergy back in together, baby. It's always a blast. Before we go, Alk, any last words from you?
No, congratulations to Team WE and for LGD for winning today. Obviously, really strong games, and looking forward to the rest of LPL as we are only halfway through week 4, or almost a little under halfway through week 4 of 8-week split.
You heard it here, folks. It's Alk and Rafa signing off for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us as always. See you next time.